Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, can you please begin with the roll call?
Mayor Gore,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett, Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Powell.
Thank you. So I'd like to welcome our visitors that we have here tonight and in the audience. The Vice Mayor is on her way, and so is Councilor Pelham. Would anyone like to make a motion to adopt the agenda and to
I'll make a
waive
motion
Rule
to,
306? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda and to keep City Council Rule 306 in play, in action.
Second it.
Is there any discussion? There are no lights. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
No.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham, Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what did she say? I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. Can you scroll up? I don't have the internet, so I'm unable to open up my agenda back. Can you scroll this up?
Oh.
Okay, I just want to begin. I'll wait for the Vice Mayor to come in. So I just want to begin with opening the purpose of tonight's meeting. We had a special meeting recently regarding the audits, also known as the CAFRs, and we were unable to finish the business for that meeting. So therefore, we are scheduling part 2 of that. Also, the auditing firm, Trey Becker, was unable to make that due to emergency situations, but they're able to be present this afternoon. I'd like to begin by thanking everyone for their time and the auditing team to be present this afternoon again. Since we did not extend the time rule, we'll be leaving out of here no later than 9:30 unless that changes. Trey Becker is on a time schedule, so they have to leave no later than 7, I believe, this afternoon. So we'll begin with SB 1. That is the CAFRA update for FY 2015, Trey Becker.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. I think you meant 8:30, because that would be 3
No.
hours.
Oh, 8:30.
Yes. Thank you.
Is that needed for your presentation tonight?
That is actually the issued federal compliance reports.
Thank you.
This is a new document that we haven't received before?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get one extra one? I'm gonna leave it right here for Ms. Powell.
Yeah, we're killing
Thank you.
things faster than we have.
Oh. Madam Mayor? May I put his presentation on the screen, please? That's,
Yeah, you're correct. So we're trying to get away from getting information the day of the meeting that we haven't seen before, but since the this is a special meeting we had to reschedule, and you guys are here, we'll allow this to be presented tonight, but moving forward, we can't, I won't allow it to happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for asking. While she's pulling that up, can you give us a little bit more information regarding the booklet that you handed out?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
That is the federal compliance requirement reporting and also for the Virginia compliance with Commonwealth laws reporting. Commonly known back in 2015 before the terminology changed as the A133 single audit. And so in there, that document that you have bound there is the report on Yellow Book Government Auditing Standards, which was also issued back when the CAFR was issued. So I've already presented that to council. And then behind that is the A133 single audit report on compliance and control. And then behind that is the one-page state report on compliance.
So this is the CFA that was outstanding.
Yes, ma'am.
And when was this completed?
It was completed late last week.
When did you give it to the city?
I had it FedExed over to the city early this week. Get to use this one?
You do. Just make sure you do this. I'm gonna switch.
And you provided to the city. Who did you give that to earlier this week?
I had it FedExed to Michael Terry's attention. I'm not sure if it was delivered to him or delivered to, so I basically FedExed to Finance Department, City Hall.
Okay, thank you.
Said you need it again? Okay, perfect. Yes. It's not on mine. That's good. Okay.
Okay.
Do all counselors have it on their screens?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Churchman, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. The first page, as I wasn't given an agenda or an outline of what you wanted me to discuss, basically this document covers some results that the council's already heard. I know there's new members on council since I issued and presented the CAFR report back in September of 17. The slide 2, which is the first page of any documentation, tells you again what you've already seen in the CAFR from before, the audit results on the overall financial statements, and that was that we had some qualified opinion on some of the funds and operations of the city. Basically the wastewater treatment plan and sewer fund. All of the other opinions, again, this matches what's in our report from 17. All the other opinions were what we call unmodified or fairly presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. There's no new information on this page. For those of you who were here before, there's no new information on that page. With regards to the next page, page 3, the top half of this is, well, actually, almost everything on this page is the same as before. We are required, because you receive federal funds, we're required to do a government auditing standards audit. Again, we issue a report with the CAFR, because that work goes along with the CAFR testing, the financial statement testing. We issued that report back when the CAFR was issued, and these are the same findings we had there. We had material noncompliance and internal control weaknesses over the areas relating to prior period adjustments, segregation of duties and logical access for IT and so forth. The one thing that is new on this page is the second bullet under the first main area of noncompliance. That relates to the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. That testing wasn't completed. We did not have a CEF at the time when the CAFR was done, so we had to add that to this report in this document, and you'll see that in the document you have in front of you, and I'll explain to you what that means. And this last page is really what's new from last time, and for anybody who's in the crowd. Our audit results under the A133 single audit. We're required under the federal requirements to look at what they call major programs, and those are programs that are fairly clearly defined by the federal guidance. It generally ends up being your larger programs, whether they be school or social services or highway or policing, and they can rotate from year after year because funding levels can change, but for the most part, they do tend to kind of keep the same over year, and we look at them every third year as required by the feds. The other key component of doing an A133 audit is the fact that there's a schedule of expenditures of federal awards, which is in your document, and that is a listing of all your federal money for that year, by program, and then also by department, so Department of Agriculture or Highway. And that shows where you've gotten your money, whether it be school lunch, whether it be food stamps, whether it be temporary assistance for needy families. One key requirement that can't be passed over by an auditor, it's a law basically for us auditors to do, is we need to make sure we understand that that schedule makes sense when you compare it to the financial statements that have been issued, the CAFR. And if there's issues there, then you have to resolve those issues if you can't. Most of the time, it's maybe a classification issue on the CAFR where maybe it's in as opposed to federal, vice versa, and generally it's pretty small. But in this particular case, it's listed here on the A133 bullet, the city could not reconcile the numbers in that report to the numbers that were in their CAFR to such an extent that we are required to give an opinion if we can, but if we can't, we're required to say we can't say this is fairly stated. And because they could not reconcile the two together, we had to do what we call as a disclaimer. But it basically says we can't rely on it to tell us that all the numbers are right and in the right program in the right area. So therefore, our testing, our planning of all those programs is invalidated because we don't know if temporary assistance should have had more money or less as opposed to food stamp, as opposed to another program. And that related really to the schools programs. There was some restatements in as I understand it from your auditors now, they had some changes to some numbers from 15 to 16, and those numbers could not be reconciled by the city to show us in a revised schedule of expenditures federal awards, and so we couldn't rely on it. It was the schools programs. The reason why I have Head Start specifically highlighted here is because Head Start was one of the 6 programs we tested as a major program, in addition to several other school lunch, food stamps, temporary assistance, and so forth. So because that was one of the programs we tested of the 6, we're telling the reader that we did test work, and the only thing we found was that we're not certain our population's right because we weren't certain our numbers are right to test. Because again, they couldn't be reconciled from the schedule to the books and records, the general ledger of the city and schools. Am I getting too deep or not deep enough? Or it's an unusual situation. It doesn't happen very often, to be frank. I mean, I've probably audited over 30 years, well over 1,500 audit reports, and it's happened a handful of times to me. But when it does occur, you have to basically say we can't opine on the validity of that schedule and how it's broken down. It's not just a total; it's really between the programs, the validity of the allocation between the programs, so that we know that our planning and our procedures are right under the federal guidance. I know I have some blank faces. I'm used to having blank faces because I talk auditor speak and I talk accounting speak, and I would have the same faces when you tell me about what you do for a living and talk about your industry and your work. But is that kind of, in a nutshell, to kind of understand what the issue was? I guess
Makes sense to me.
Okay. And then the next section down, we have some findings under the Commonwealth of Virginia. The State Auditor of Public Accounts has specifications that, well, in the past it was he, Mr. Chikarsky, now it's ma'am, Ms. Mavridis. They issue each year and make every auditor across the state test certain areas so that there is some commonality, some comparability of the testing and so forth. And they're in areas relating to social services, relating to education, relating to budgeting, relating to cash and so forth. We have some findings here that we reported as non-compliance. I should also say on this entire page, all of the findings here were agreed to by management, that our facts were on target. We had some, in the highway maintenance area, we had some ineligible streets where expenditures were charged to under the state's transportation program. In the statement of economic interest form area, we had some forms that weren't filed and submitted for certain members of the required population for filing those, we call them SOEI forms. Under Comprehensive Services Act, we had some instances where our sample size, where we could not get some documentation, or some missing documentation for some of the participants. And also a couple instances where vendors were being used, but they weren't on the approved state vendors list. Also in the CSA area, we had one instance out of a sample of 3 that we picked monthly reports, where one of the 3 reports wasn't reconciled, couldn't be reconciled to the general ledger. It was different than what was submitted. What was submitted was different, was on the general ledger records. We also had instances where there were several banks that were being utilized by the city that were not on the approved Securities for Public Deposits Act list. I'll say that does happen. But again, I should also say, in this area, the state says you really don't have any kind of leeway in what you report, Rob. Tell us what you see. There's really no materiality level for the state, unless it's just clearly just clearly just trivial. And so we have to report it. Also, the state asks us as auditors to make sure that we are testing that the state aid report, they call it the, back in the day, this changed its name since then, the schedule of state disbursements, the money that the state gives to the city, either their own money or federal pass-through, that gets reconciled to the general ledger to make sure that those are matching up. That reconciliation was not done timely. It was done well after the fiscal, actually the next fiscal year had ended, almost the next fiscal year had ended. It was eventually done, but because of the timeliness of it, the state required me to make it as a finding. And then my last finding under the state was there was two areas, two funds, where the funds, the expenditures for those funds exceeded the appropriated budget. I do know that for some of these findings, not to take not to take away the words out of my comrades here, the other auditing firm, from looking at their reports, some of these findings have also been noted in their reports in subsequent years. Those are my findings under both the A133 federal audit and the state of Virginia compliance requirements. I saw some nodding heads and some assurances that you've seen some of these either here or other jurisdictions. They are, some of these are very common, unfortunately. The SOEI forms are not very unusual. That we have a couple things where somebody doesn't submit them timely. It just happens. Highway maintenance, having ineligible streets. I have seen that happen before. It doesn't happen to every one of my clients, but it does happen. Those are my results of the federal in the Commonwealth of Virginia compliance.
Thank you.
Do you have anything that you want to share before we go into comments and questioning in addition to what you provided with us today? Or anything that you want to point our direction to that we have received already?
No, I will submit at management's request. I will submit this report to the APA tomorrow, unless I'm told otherwise, to finalize that submission. And also, I believe that since I've seen you last, you were having inquiry as to whether or not the comparative cost report has been accepted by the state. That has been accepted. And this report that you have in front of you also, just to clarify or tell you how these things work, the feds require that this report get submitted up to the federal website, and that has been submitted up to them, and that has been accepted by them also.
And you
So,
said the
comparative cost report, what some people call the transmittal forms.
yeah, that has been submitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Already?
But yes, ma'am.
I don't think I see them on the APA's website. I looked at it today. That was submitted a while ago, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we gave them a very solid draft, which I think they accepted without recollection back in January of 18, frankly.
I'll check the website.
Whether or not how they uploaded it, sometimes they don't always alert people if there's been one that's later than the rest of the populace. They don't necessarily highlight the fact that so-and-so's got theirs in, for obvious reasons. But I did talk to Rachel Remy 2 weeks ago, and she appreciated sending it in, and yes, it has been accepted. She's Martha's, I'm sorry, I'm throwing names around. Rachel is Martha's deputy.
Right.
Martha is the state auditor.
Okay, so I'll open the floor to begin the comments and questions. Please hit your light if you have anything that you want to ask or contribute to now. There are no lights, so I'll ask my first question that I have. First is thank you for getting the CFAs completed. At our last meeting, the one that you were unable to make, it was still obviously outstanding, and we inquired about it. My first question I have is, the report is really big in terms of the CAFR that's supplied, and then we get separate packets like this. Where was the annotated that the CFA was not completed when we received the CAFR?
Where was it annotated?
Or was it included in a report that we received? Because we weren't fully made aware of it until this year that it was outstanding.
It would not have been in, because the work had not been completed yet, it would not have been in any report with the financial statement, with the CAFR. I'm trying to recall previous presentations to you, whether or not that comment was made in there or not. Our status
I'll have to
report
go back and
from,
look at it.
I don't recall having it as an actual bullet point in our presentations, and so therefore I also can't swear that it would not have been a verbal comment.
Right. Okay. I'm only asking because, again, just some of us were not aware that until earlier this year, that it
Understood.
was outstanding. Same thing with the transmittal files. We found out late last year that those had not been turned in after we received the CAFR. So I can only speak for myself. I was under the impression that everything had been submitted until talking with the APA. I was informed the transmittal files weren't finished. And then having a recent finance committee meeting, because now I'm back on it, I didn't know the CFAs were outstanding. So I was just trying to figure out if there was somewhere that we overlooked that information in our records. But the CFA, if I understand correctly, and if I'm wrong, of course, correct me. From what I gathered at our last meeting, and again, I could be wrong, we were told that the 15 audit pretty much had to be redone essentially from when it was first completed to do the 16. Was that correct?
I don't know about the word redundant. There were some adjustments made based on new information from the auditors of the 16 that made them think that there had to be changes to the 15 numbers. Yes, ma'am.
There's significant changes, correct? Because
Looking at that footnote a while ago, I believe there was some numbers. I can't. Significant to me is sure they were significant enough for the city to say yes, we need to make these. Let's put it that way. I have not personally made a materiality determination on those numbers, and I wasn't consulted by the other firm before those changes were made to say, listen, hey, we're making changes. Did you have other information at the time, or did you know something? No.
So I'll ask the city manager or the finance director to jump in if I'm incorrect. The impression that I received from our last meeting was that 15 had to pretty much be done over, and that's also caused delay in getting 16 done.
Excuse me. Not that you're incorrect. There were, and if you look in your 16 audit on page 75, footnote 16 is where the restatements are for 15. I think what we were talking about it was that with the 16 audit, when we had to redo all the numbers to get the 16 audit done, which
Right.
caused delays, not in the 15 audit, but just for 16. The impression, I think, when staff arrived was that everything was ready to go, but then when they got into it, they essentially had to rebuild 16.
So I'm on the wrong year. Is
Yeah,
16
yes,
had to
ma'am.
be redone, not 15?
correct.
Okay, that's what I was getting clarity on. Okay, so then, correct me if I'm wrong again. At the last meeting, I understood when we was asking about the status of the CFAs. You weren't here, so I'm looking at you, but you're not here. We were told that part of the delay of getting that done was that there's a whole bunch of restatements that needed to be completed
So there was
for this CFA to be done.
So there was some restatements, and they know the audit process much better than I do, so you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, sir.
They needed to get the 16 audit done, but we had some restatements in it, which I assume would then affect your ability to do the 15 single audit. So once
Correct.
those were done, then you could then move forward with getting the 15 CFA done.
We had done a fair amount of our testing already, but when we were told that there was a potential that some of the numbers, again, the classification on the CFA were inaccurate, that could completely invalidate all we had done until we could figure out whether or not the numbers were in the right place. Ultimately, city management determined that they couldn't reconcile these numbers, and so they basically said, we have to just we have to issue this, Rob. We can't get the numbers reconciled. You have to do what you have to do as an auditor, render the opinion you need to render, and provide the report to council and also to all
For the
everybody else who uses it.
CAFR, not the CFAs.
The CFA, ma'am.
Yeah.
No, not the CAFR, the CFA.
For the 15?
No, I'm talking about the
For
15 CFA, not the CAFR.
Right, so they were saying do what you have to do and render the information to council about the 15 CFA?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's interesting, because like I said before, we didn't know it was outstanding until earlier this year. So when you say that you had to have it restated because of 16 information, how would that affect the 15 CFA? Can you just help me understand that?
Yes, if you look at your 16 CAFR, and I haven't memorized the page numbers on numbers, but you'll see some entries in the last footnote that says that the city and the auditor's impression or belief is that there are some numbers that are recorded in 16 that really should have been in 15, related to federal receivables and such. So how that impacts the 15 CFA is that if they're saying, if the city's believing that the 15 numbers now needed to have some adjustments to them, then that would impact the 15 CFA, and therefore, basically either change or in our case, invalidate our ability to say whether or not the CFA is right, and therefore move forward with the disclaimer that we have on the opinion.
So are those adjustments, or is it or including numbers that you didn't even know about in 15?
I'm not sure, and/or, I'm not trying to evade your question. I never saw the detail for the changes. I saw the numbers themselves, but I never was provided any support for what they related to and so forth. So I never saw the same evidence that the city's auditor and the city had looked at. It was never able to be provided to me.
Okay, well, when she gets up, I'll ask her some of those questions. I'm pretty sure she's taking notes, unless you want to speak now about it. You want to wait? Or you can just, it's up, I'm not, you're the guest, so if you want to.
Well, I know I had contacted Mr. Churchman to tell him that we were issuing restatements, but the actual detail was sent to management. We have a schedule showing what we audited and what our changes are that supports the restatements. And so we went through the city, and I think that was really kind of proper protocol, because we're working for you, to provide that work paper documentation to Mr. Churchman and his firm.
Thank you. The other thing that I noted with this document that this booklet that you gave us tonight, as you alluded to, some of the things that you just reported out are included in mostly the 17 audit, and some in the 16 too. But my question is, why are they being reported now in hindsight for the 15?
Because I only audited 15. They wouldn't have, it's, how do I say this? I didn't tell her, hey, I'm issuing this for 15, so put it in your 17.
No, what I'm saying is it's in her 16 and 17, but you're just now adding this to this report for 15. Why was this not put in the 15 CAFR like it is for the 16 and 17s?
I think if you looked at the CAFR comments from 15, you'll see, I'm not talking federal ones, I'm talking CAFR comments, segregation of duties, restatements, closing the books timely. You'll see those in 15, and if memory serves, I looked at the reports a little while ago, but not in the last day. You'll see those in 16 and 17 also.
In 15, I see, without going into great detail, the material weaknesses that you have is obviously not meeting the internal or financial requirements for meeting the JAP.
Yes,
You have a next one about year-end completeness of account balances.
correct.
The next one you have is segregation of duties for access controls, I guess meaning more so the IT, like the
Yes,
munis
ma'am.
system. And then after that, you have compliance with year-end financial reporting, which is speaking to the APA. What you just shared with us was a little bit more detailed, and kind of, I don't see how it falls under these categories. I don't see any notes in particular, kind of what you were talking about, the issues with like infrastructure, you're talking about the road payment, and some of the other
Yeah.
examples that you noted.
Yes,
I don't see
those
them
start on page 19 of my report.
of the 15 CAFR.
Yes, the 15 CFA, yes, ma'am.
Right, in the CFA, but I'm
Yes,
talking about
ma'am.
15 CAFR.
Well, those are state compliance matters. Those are not reported as part of we're not doing a compliance audit in the CAFR for the state. That's separately done and separately issued and submitted to the state.
Okay, so
They're
you
done
just
in-
have yours separately, but theirs is included in the CAFR.
And different
It's a
firms present
preference.
things differently.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
okay.
the difference?
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, different firms, we have tended to break them out into sections. The first section is financial statement, second section is federal, third section is state, just to
Okay. So I'm
to
like,
start our
they
habit.
got this and theirs, not, okay, that's what was confusing me, okay. So yours is reported as a separate entity, whereas theirs is combined together, okay.
Understood.
That's helpful.
Oh, I think I understand her question now. Because because you're single audit, and I'm sorry, I should never speak away from the crowd. Their work was all done at the same time. So you have it in the CAFR?
We do.
Yeah,
They
so,
have it in-
yeah. Because of the timing, because we were told to work on the CAFR first and put everything else, I don't want to say backburnered, but federal compliance, let that sit, get the CAFR done, and then work on the single audit. You are not required to combine the two under the regulations. You are just required to do the two. And some firms, some entities do it all together. The federal reporting requirements, until they're going to change here in the near future, gave you 3 more months later, well, actually from the state, gave you 5 more months later to have the federal work done than the state done. And so some firms, some entities by nature, always just kind of, for lack of a better term, crunch to get the CAFR done in the fall, and then they let their people breathe for maybe a week or two around Thanksgiving, and then they concentrate on the federal compliance reporting because that's not due until March 30th of the following fiscal year or following calendar year. But yes, ma'am, now I understand your question. Some firms, some entities, I shouldn't say firms, it's the entities financials and so forth. It's your decision how you want to do it. Some entities want to have them all under one bound document. And I'll be frank, there's some entities that want to have them separate. because some entities want to have the financials by themselves and not draw attention away from the financials to maybe some findings that are in the federal. I'm just being frank. That's just how life is with some entities.
Yeah, council needs to decide how we want to move forward, how we want that reported out.
Sure.
'Cause I don't call that being a discussion. I did note in 2014's CAFR, your team did do that as well.
Yes, ma'am.
One of your findings was, then it wasn't that many, it was pretty much 2. You noted that there was issues with federal awards in 2014 for the CFA. Is that correct? Or is that going too far back?
No, we actually, the 14 with, it had to do with the program on the CFA. It was Medicaid related.
Okay.
And that's on page 23 of your report.
Okay.
It's showing a status of the prior year findings. And
The
we tested,
eligibility.
yes, ma'am. We tested eligibility again in 15 and didn't have any issues. So we're required to tell the readers that that occurred.
And then it popped back up
Yes,
again
ma'am.
in 16.
But as you saw on the previous page, 22, 2014, our overall main comment on financial reporting is a repeated comment in 2015. Basically, the closing of the books, the adjusting of the entries, and so forth.
And in your experience, typically how most localities do it, who's responsible for reconciliation and closing out the books? Which department or group?
Oh, department?
Or group or
I
person?
would say whatever they're configured as a finance department. I mean, some entities have a management and budget together, which has finance in it. Some people use different terminology, general accounting or I think Henrico has the accounting division. But basically the people that are, in charge of the general ledger. Now, they do take input from other, depends on your entity. Some entities run all the information for themselves and their schools through the main county, city or county. Some entities have separate. Spotsylvania has 2 separate finance departments, one with schools and one with county. And they reconcile their own stuff. Now, finance generally is dependent upon people in other departments to help them maybe with reconciliation and analysis to understand what may have happened. They're not going to necessarily know that something maybe should have been coded as a 003 because maybe it's a new program, maybe it's a new social services state edict that social services has to do it this way now and so forth. But if you're looking for, I guess I would say generally I would think the accounting folk, accounting division, the finance department would be the ones maybe leading the charge for the reconciliations with help from other departments.
Okay, my last question, in case anyone, I still don't see your lights, but here's my last question for right now. Did you have any issues with either wastewater, sewer, the beacon, or stormwater, the funds that were having issues that were reported later on when you were doing the audit?
Well, yes,
With
ma'am.
getting
If you recall
documents?
well, I'm going to go to the page number, but as you recall from the CAFR, we were unable to give an opinion on the wastewater and the sewer related to various items. But my recollection, now this is going back a fair amount of time, it was really receivables and operational transactional issues, detail reconciliations and so forth. I have not read in depth what they may have reported subsequently. I do know that they subsequently had similar. I keep pointing out. I know it's a bad habit. I'm used to teaching, so I like to talk to the person I'm speaking to. My mother always said, "Talk straight to the person you're talking to. Look them in the eye, and don't talk about them behind my back." I do recall that they had, and even with maybe with Beacon
More
also.
funds,
Yeah, more fun. Yes, ma'am.
So, have you conducted your audit of their finances to date? You said you were having trouble getting the information, and if I remember correctly, you guys didn't present a result of those funds. Am I wrong?
We presented on the 17th of September, if my date is right, we presented the actual CAFR, and that provided our results. And our results were that we could not get comfortable with those 2 particular funds in that particular year.
Correct. So it just left off as that you didn't go back to try to address it. That was just pretty
No,
much the
ma'am.
audit finding. That's no clarity.
Under the standards, our work is done. And frankly, at the time, it was the management was saying, "Rob, we can't get you any further. We can't get you any more comfort. And so you got to do the opinion you're going to do, and that's what you do. That's what you do in those situations."
So stormwater and sewer haven't truly received a full audit since 15. That would be 5 years.
And in your terminal, yes, ma'am. In your terminal, you have not received. I believe you qualified. I'm sorry, modified it one way or another. An audit that gets you comfortable with the numbers. We looked at things, they looked at things, I'm sure, I know they did. We asked a lot of questions, we couldn't get all the answers we needed in order to say they're, now, it's a fairly high, it's an important threshold, for us to say fairly presented in all material respects. And if we can't get that information, then we have to do, our opinion that we have to. And at the time, management was basically, well, we can't get you any more comfort. We can't get you any more numbers. We don't understand these numbers in the system. We don't understand these numbers. We know cash was coming in. We know that, especially for the wastewater, the 6 big entities you had were making payments.
Is that common?
Which is common, ma'am?
That situation that you described,
That we can't get comfort?
or information to be able to do anything?
Would I say common? That's, every person has a different definition of common. I have not had that happen very often in my 30-year career. Does that help?
What's very often?
Like I said earlier, I probably have done 1,500 plus audits. I have said that in instances less than a dozen. Most recent, if you want to go back and look at the the presentation, I qualified the city of Richmond back in 2014. Very similar report, different kind of issues, but the same result. I said I couldn't rely on these particular area of information, and therefore I can't give you an opinion that I'm comfortable with.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? Councilor Parton has his light on.
When you mention this wastewater and the storm sewer funds and the problems that came out of from the CAFRA, do you think that part of the problem with the collection of the funds and then giving them back to the city came from, or partially came from, a third-party vendor doing it as opposed to the city doing it in-house?
I'm trying to recall.
That's a
Good, but I'm also
take your
trying to.
time.
I mean, my recollection that there was frustration throughout the entire process in all parties. There had been changes in who was doing what, from finance versus what they were doing over at their facility. My recollection is that there was a perception of a lack of being able to get information from both sides, and therefore they couldn't reconcile the debits and credits they were looking at from each side. I can't recall, and I can't, my records, my firm's records for correspondences automatically delete themselves after a year.
Okay.
And so I can't go back and say, let me go search my emails for Miss Jeannie Grants. I can't remember.
Grandstaff.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time down there looking around a table trying to figure out what AR should be and what the credit should be back to the vendors for some of their activities. I'm not trying to avoid your question. I do recall there was frustration with the new system coming online, and trying to get the information and get the information processed and understanding what the reports were telling them out of the system and so forth.
Okay.
Does
The
that
reason why I'm asking is that, if that's, part of the issue with, the cash collection, is that, moving forward, if this is something, that we could look, as a city to determine that maybe we need to start doing these things in-house in order to alleviate some of the problems. And, I mean, that's something that, we, as council can, talk with the city manager and, the stormwater division and also the Hopewell Water Renewal plant now. My other question that I had for you is, can you go into a little bit more detail about the unfiled statement of economic interest forms?
Sure. The state has a requirement of certain level of officials at any jurisdiction or authority that they, each year, annually, by a certain time, and the time has changed from years. One time it was December 31st, then it went to February, but that's not irrelevant. But once a year, that those charged with governance at an authority, city, a county, and so forth, file a form stating whether or not they have any interest in the business world.
Okay.
Do you have loans with, did your company you work for do this or do that and so forth? And also, is your spouse working in the city or county or authority and so forth?
Anyone that lives in your household, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But basically, it's to give the public confidence that there is no that you're making decisions based on the best of the city, county, and authority, and not on your own personal interest. So, because you have no economic interest
Right.
in vendors that would serve the county or so forth, or city or so forth. And that's required to be filed and signed. And for 9 individuals, we noted, in this particular year, you had to file it twice. They've since changed it to annual.
Okay.
That did not file the forms at all.
9 individuals?
Yes, sir. The
Do
same
you know
ones.
what 9 positions those were?
I'd have to go back. I have it in my records. I don't
Okay.
I don't put those in my report. You know, I don't put names, but I could provide you those names.
Okay. Do you mind emailing those to Mr. Altman? and-
I'll provide it to management. I don't want to send it to anybody directly. I'll send it to
Yeah.
management.
And then, he can, give them to me.
Surely.
Okay. Thank you. That was my main questions. Thank you.
I'll make a note.
Mr. Altman, can you give it to all the council,
Yep.
please?
Yes.
I saw another light. Counselor Denton?
Mr. Churchman.
Yes, ma'am.
I think in 2014, we did go to the Munis system. Would that have caused, do you feel that everybody in the departments, as well as the finance department, they understood or trained to know what to report to the finance department when you change major systems? I know we had another one, Genus or something, prior to that. And I think normally you run them both simultaneously, so you've got a backup, but we did not do that. We turned one off, turned the other one on. Do you feel that that could have added to the problems of not being, that maybe the people in the field, the directors out, didn't know, hadn't been trained enough to know what to report?
To clarify one thing, because I want to just, because words are important. Using the word normal, I would say that I have seen many entities that do it parallel. I wouldn't say it's necessarily, I don't know what the norm would be in computers, frankly.
Right.
But it is something that is I will say something is a best practice to make sure that you work through any kind of bugs and so forth that you may not understand because you're in a new environment, a new system environment and so forth, and you are upgrading, yikes, excuse me, from a relatively old school type of environment to a new 20th century, 21st century environment. I will say when I have seen instances where situations are, new systems can really cause headaches if they are not fully vetted with people and personnel. Because a lot of times procedures change because you're getting a new system because you want to change the way things operate, not to get a new system to mold that system the way you've always done it. Because you're getting new capabilities, new availabilities of information, new abilities to process and data mine and so forth. We were out in every department as an auditor, talking to community services or other departments about any frustrations they may have had with Munis. We really spent a lot of our time here in City Hall in that room back there and up on the 3rd floor, trying to understand the records and the numbers. But I have seen that be I'll say a cause or one of the causes to the situation you described.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Does anyone else have a comment or question at this time? No. There are no lights, so how many times time do I have?
This will be your second time.
Time though,
You have,
2 minutes.
no, you have 1 minute and 64
Great,
seconds.
I only got 2 questions. Mr. Altman, Mr. Altman, I know that Ms. Grandstaff presented that the contract that they had, we keep bringing this up, with the vendor that was supposed to do collections did not include a clause for them to collect delinquent payments. Can you brief the council on that? But then also, in terms of the staffing at wastewater, don't they have their own finance team over there? Like, how many positions are there that would have been present when the audit was happening that you know of?
Well, I think now we have 2 in finance. Yeah, so a business manager and an accounting, and today, but I can't tell you that in 15.
15, no, no.
But we can go back and look, and then we can go back and look and see what the contract said with regard to delinquent collections. I'd have to go back and look at that one, but we can do that for you.
One of the things I remember is that people were just cutting checks and doing expenditures, but no one was checking the receipts or checking to make sure that people were actually being billed. That was the issue. That was the internal issue
Surely.
that we had that was going on with that department at the time.
And it was also being able to know what check needs to go against one's AR balance. So if a check came in, knowing exactly what your AR is by account as opposed to just in total.
We also had the issue of, and not just for everyone on that bill, so that's wastewater, trash, and storm. We know that we still are, and we've talked about this, billing the tenant, and that tenant up and moves, and they haven't been paying their bill. We have no way of tracking that tenant down. So we've talked about with Ms. Robinson is how can we move more towards billing the owner, because the owner is, a lack of a better term, a fixed target, that we know where they are. We can collect the bill from them, and then they deal with their tenant on how they reconcile that billing. So we're working on that piece to bring that to council. So we feel that will certainly help us in the collection side, because right now I could live at 3504 Norton Street, and then 2 weeks later I could live on Brooklawn, and 2 weeks later, and I could, and some people do this, unfortunately, I could put the bill in my kid's name or someone else's name, and then there's no way to track down how to collect that money. So we've got to find a way to better do that, so we have a better collection percentage. But certainly looking at, does the responsibility for delinquent collections fall on the third-party vendor, or is that something that we want to look at with additional changes to that whole process?
Ms. Sullivan, can I add one? I think it was resolved before you came here. One issue we were having was that you can't cut sewer off. There's no way to do it. So the only thing we could use as a hammer was to cut water off. Well, the water company was giving us a limited number of cutoffs that they would allow us to do. So we could only go after the big targets, or the ones we thought we could get with a cutoff. And we had a lot of them sitting out there that weren't getting penalized, and we weren't able to chase it down. The water company since has cooperated more and provide more cutoffs for us, so that's resolved a lot of itself too. But that was a problem we were having back during the 14-15 timeframe.
And I don't think the finance people that were in wastewater actually worked for the finance director, correct? They worked for the wastewater director, which didn't make sense.
Correct.
Has that been fixed?
No, they still have a business. They still have a need to have someone there because of the size of the operation, the type of operation, to have their own finance type staff. But the coordination, I will say, between that operation and Mr. Terry and his finance staff has grown. I mean, we've done some training within the past couple of weeks to address some issues, to make sure that we're correcting some of these issues as we go along. And we found out in some instances that even if they didn't have access or the ability through Munis to get to what they needed to get to in order to do some of the work. So we've made those adjustments also. So that relationship is certainly improving, and I hear really good things about the work that the folks down at Water Renewal are doing to help us with our CAFR and our audit issues.
Councilor Randolph?
In listening to this so far, I don't think that I've had any surprises other than what I expected. I've read the report, I've read the following two reports. I'm probably a little more knowledgeable in audits, just because I deal with them in my regular job. Certainly not these type of audits, but audits in general, and understand the process that can be changed and modified as we go along. My concern is that hopefully from this meeting tonight or from future meetings, that council as a body will look at setting a time and a place where we as a body can sit down and talk about all of the findings that have been repetitive in the audits. We have to remember that these audits were completed in September of 2017, October of 18, and May of 19. So we do have repeat findings, which unfortunately I don't have the answers for, and I don't know that we do yet on council, but I know that the city manager has talked to us as a council about several of them and just mentioning in passing what he's working on. I think it's extremely important for the council to work with our city administration and the departments that have not been able to be reconciled and decide on how we want to move forward with that. And decide on how to resolve those issues rather than just keep them sitting out there. So that we all know and we can pass on to the citizens how the city is trying to rectify these issues and how we're going to move forward to get us past these issues. And that some of the same issues are probably going to come up in 18's audit, which hopefully we'll have sometime in the next 2 or 3 months. But that being said, if we haven't done anything about these, then they're going to continue to come up. And so the next step, as I see, and maybe others on this council agree with me, hopefully, that we can start rectifying those issues that are repeat findings. That's where we are, and that's what we need to work on now. And, that's all I can say.
I just have to ask the clerk a question. I placed on the agenda 2 months ago for council to take a vote to take action on all the repeat findings. We didn't get to it the last 2 meetings for us to take action on that. Is that going to be on the 20th agenda since it was held over for 2 meetings to take action on it?
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll have the opportunity on the 20th to have that conversation. I think I had 1 vote to take action on repeat findings, and I had another request to set a work session to start discussing them.
Well, Madam Mayor, actually on that subject, as you know, we're making changes. One of the changes is since we do have all of council present, those are currently IR items. This would be the opportunity for council to back you and to move those items to action if that is their decision. So, and then council, this is something new that we've been working with the city attorney on to give you the opportunity to have some control over the agenda. So, Madam Mayor, if you would like to address council in that regard.
Would council like to move them to action items? Right now they are IR, which is why we haven't gotten to them. Would you like for them to be bumped up to be action items under regular business so we can decide how we want to approach them? 1 request is a vote to take action on them. To commit to take action, and the other request is to set a work session to start going over them. Councilor Parton and then Councilor Randolph.
Councilor Randolph was first.
I don't have any problem with us addressing that one issue, but I too have an issue that has been on the agendas for 4 months we've never gotten to because the agendas get loaded down with other stuff.
Your item
I
is
do
already
wanna
an
make-
action item.
I understand, but I do want to get to this item. Madam Mayor, when you said to move those items up, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to or what you're including.
The 2 I just referenced, the first one I reference is to vote to commit to take action on repeated audit findings, and the second action was to schedule a work session to go through the material weaknesses and audit findings. Those are the 2 ones in particular. I did have more, but those are 2 in particular, kind of referencing what you just said now.
Thank you for the clarity on that. I'm not sure that I personally think we're at a point to be able to take action on those items. I do believe that we need to have a work session to discuss those items and then maybe to take action afterwards, because I'm not sure what's being done by staff completely right now or what isn't. And certainly on a couple of those things, I think I would like to hear from the city attorney.
Just for clarity.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one is to take a vote to commit to address the audit findings. As you said earlier, 1 audit was done in 17. The next one was actually November of 18. Then the last one we got a month ago. several of us who were here prior to, who are here now, have been trying to get action taken on addressing the audit findings. So the thought process was, if it was put on the agenda, we all voted to commit that we were going to take care of them, then that would be the vote, not to actually take action, but say we're taking this seriously and we want to commit to doing it. And the reason why is because previous discussions with staff and others, the previous understanding from staff based off of the contract that was signed a while ago was that they would just address the CAFRs, and that we would wait until we were caught up to go back and address the findings. So in order to make that clear understanding that, hey, we want to start working on them, let's vote to take action and say we're switching course. We're not going to just wait anymore. We're going to try to be proactive. So I'm not asking for action on literally certain things, but just a commitment to say this is what we want to do now. And then the second request would be to schedule a work session to begin going through them, and so council can say what they want to do on the findings.
Great, thank you for that additional explanation. I told you personally, I was on board with not waiting earlier this year. I'm still not sure why council hadn't in the last year or so, but that's okay. I think we can do that, and I'm on board with it.
Thank you.
Those are my questions. I mean, I'll make the motion that we add to the next city council agenda for August 20th to have a ceremonial vote to say that we're going to take action on these findings, and then to include another item on the agenda to allow us to set a date for a work session to address these items.
To be clear, my IRs are already on there. I think she was asking, can we just move them up? It don't have to have my name on it. Should we just, if we do this, I can just move the IRs up to regular business.
Actually, if we split these up, and
So that way we
city
just get
attorney,
it off the
make sure I'm
agenda.
not telling them something wrong. If you split the motion, you could have the ceremonial vote now and then move the item up on the 20th. Does that make sense?
I really
Madam
don't
City
think there
Attorney.
needs to be a vote to put something on an agenda.
Right.
You just ask for it to be on an agenda, whichever date you prefer. I'm not a fan of just creating an official action if it's not necessary. So,
So if there's a consensus to move only those two items up, we'll do that and then remove the association and put them up there, and I'll take off the IRs. Is everyone okay with that through consensus?
That's fine.
Yes.
I'm fine. Thank you guys for that support. Does anyone have anything? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Holloway had her light on. Did you not?
Well, that was previous.
That was previous.
Previous,
I'm sorry.
about 15 minutes ago.
I'm sorry. So
It's okay.
You're good. I need to keep my eye right this. Okay. Did you have your light on, Councilor Denton?
I did. I guess I'm not understanding it altogether. It just seems like to me to have a work session first to determine what we are gonna act on.
That's what we're doing.
Okay,
Yes.
as long as
That's
we're
what-
doing the work session, so
Yes.
I'm fine with that.
Yep, so the request is to schedule that work session. Yep. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Churchman? Thank you for coming.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
appreciate it, and thank you for bringing the additional information and getting the 15 CFA completed.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Let's get out of here, close that down.
So we're gonna switch gears. The agenda was created to have 17 be addressed first because we kinda did 16 when PB Mayor's was last present. 17 is the most recent audit and the one we have not officially been presented. So I wanna start with 17, and then, if there's questions to go back, then you have that information. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, good evening. Just like last time, I'm going to start with our independent auditor's report, which is on page 10, and just remind you of the standards that we conducted our audit in accordance with. So generally accepted auditing standards, the government auditing standards, and of course, the auditor of public accounts specifications for audits of counties, cities, and towns. On page 11 is where you will find our opinion paragraphs. The one thing that I will note that's different in 17 versus 16's opinions is that in addition to rendering an unmodified opinion on the governmental activities, the aggregate discretely presented component units, each major governmental fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information, we were also able to substantiate beginning and ending balances of the Hopewell Regional Wastewater Treatment Facilities Fund. So we rendered an unmodified opinion on that fund in 17, whereas in 16 we disclaimed. We did have to disclaim an opinion on the business type activities and the enterprise funds consisting of the sewer service fund, the solid waste fund, the stormwater fund, and the Beacon Theater Fund.
If you don't mind, because we have people watching Council Live and we have some guests in the audience, can you explain the difference between what you're just explaining now for the public? And the
Yes.
yeah, thank you.
A disclaimer of opinion means that we just were not provided enough audited evidence to actually be able to be comfortable with the numbers, whether or not they're materially misstated or not. So when we issue an unmodified opinion, it means that we believe they're materially correct based on our audit work. A disclaimer means we weren't given enough audit evidence to actually be able to conduct the audit to render an opinion.
And just to recap, what was your opinion for 16 and 17?
Unmodified.
For 16, we disclaimed our opinion on the business type activities and the enterprise funds consisting of the sewer service fund, solid waste fund, stormwater fund, Beacon Theater Fund, and the Hopewell Regional Wastewater Treatment Facilities Fund. So that was 16. The big difference between 16 and 17 was that we were able to render an unmodified opinion on the Hopewell Regional Wastewater Treatment Facilities Fund. So we did make an improvement there. We also had additional restatements in this set of financial statements that are again discussed in note 16. Part of that, one of the restatements was related to the Hopewell Regional Wastewater Treatment Facilities Fund, as corrections were made by staff in order to get those reconciliations correct, to be able to give them to us to audit. So our second opinion is in the back on page 126, or our second report, and that's our independent auditor's report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance based on our audit that was conducted in accordance with government auditing standards. So just a reminder, the government auditing standards require us to consider internal control, but we do not express an opinion on the effectiveness of internal control. Also a reminder, definition-wise, a material weakness is a deficiency or combination of deficiencies in internal control such that there is a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement of the city's financial statements will not be prevented or detected and corrected on a timely basis. So in 2017's audit report, we identified and reported 8 material weaknesses. Most of them were similar to what we had reported in 16. On the second page of this report we have the compliance paragraph. So in addition to our consideration of internal control, we tested compliance with certain provisions of laws, regulations, contracts, and grant agreements. And in 2017, we reported 6 compliance findings. Then moving on to page 128 of the CAFR is where we really get into the detail of our findings. So I will highlight these just like I did at the last meeting that we were at. So the first one, this is a repeat finding. Material weakness due to lack of timely reconciliations, lack of adequate year-end close procedures, and lack of adequate internal controls over budget transfers. And we were more specific about the budget transfers in this schedule of findings, but we rolled it into this finding. The context again, multiple instances where complete and accurate recording of transactions within the GL did not occur. We've listed bullet points of those different specific highlighted situations that we identified during the audit. Here's where we discussed that we had over 50 journal entries that were made to the trial balance that was provided us to audit. And the reason that I highlight that is that continues to show why we have some of the delays. We're getting numbers to start with, but they continue to move and they continue to change as we move along to try to get the financial statements to be materially accurate so we can render that opinion. Budget transfers that we tested lacked adequate support and approval in accordance with city policy. That was something that was a little bit different from the first set of financial statement findings that we reported on. On the next page, our second finding, material weakness due to material audit adjustments and restatements. I just mentioned that we again in note 6 had several restatements that were necessary, one related to the Hopewell Regional Wastewater Treatment Facilities Fund. Whenever we have those, in the auditing standards world, they are generally a material weakness, because the number was materially wrong and we had to correct it. So that's what led to that. Again, repeat finding from 2016. The third finding is a material weakness due to lack of supporting records. This corresponds to all of our disclaimer of opinion funds. Again, we just weren't given enough information to actually be able to do any of our audit work to render an opinion. So that corresponds to our lack of issuing an opinion on the sewer service fund, the solid waste fund, and the stormwater fund. And all of those roll up into the entity-wide business type activity statements. And Beacon was the other one. Again, repeat finding. Finding number 4, material weakness due to lack of management contract for Beacon Theater. This is a carryover finding from the previous year. So we were not provided a signed contract between the city and the third-party management company. The 5th finding is a carryover actually from 15 to 16 to 17, and this one deals with material weakness due to lack of segregation of duties and system-based logical access controls. So the city was not maintaining proper segregation of duties over security, administration, and end-user access to the financial application and database.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on what that means for the public?
Well, it's very important, just like with processing financial transactions, that we have to have those that initiate a process versus those that approve a process. And we did not have accurate or adequate segregation of duties to have a strong internal control structure over the IT function. The 6th finding on page 7 up in the top is a material weakness due to untimely social service laser reconciliations. This was an APA requirement that we have to do. Those laser reports have to be reconciled timely to the general ledger, and that did not happen. For 2017, the reconciliations were not completed until June 2018. Again, a repeat finding. The 7th finding, material weakness due to lack of debt management procedures. We noted that the city had unspent bond proceeds with SNAP, and they were not reconciling those investment accounts to capital project activity. Therefore, sometimes bond proceeds and bond drawdowns were happening out of operating funds versus out of those bond funds.
Can you elaborate on that, please?
Well, if we've issued a bond and we have proceeds that are currently being invested, that's in an investment, if we're drawing down on a capital project for which those bonds were issued, we should be taking money out of those investment accounts when we're needing to pay, the contractor. We were not doing that. We were taking it out of general checking.
I'll just ask her to elaborate, but you can.
And that was a repeat finding as well.
On that
Councilor
particular
Collins.
subject, so when do you reimburse, do you follow through to see if those dollars will go back into operating funds? How do you know that happened?
We could get comfortable with our cash reconciliations to be able to do the tracking, especially when, and I can't say it was all isolated to when we did the cash section of the audit. It also goes into when we do the debt section of the audit as well as the capital asset section of the audit. So when we pulled all pieces of the audit together, we were comfortable to believe that that was happening. It's just it wasn't a best practice, that it should have been taken initially out of those bonds.
You believe, did you see that it happened? Did you see the documentation follow through? Believing and actual seeing is different to me.
Yes.
You actually saw the monies going.
I did not do
I
the
mean-
testing, but I'm comfortable that my team would have done the testing. That would have been a standard audit test that we would have done when we were auditing capital expenditures.
Go ahead.
Now, maybe I'm misunderstanding your
Yeah.
question.
When people use those terms, believing doesn't mean that it was solidified. So to me, how do you know that your auditors, since you weren't there or whatever, did what you say they did? I mean, how do we know our operation? Or maybe staff can answer that question.
I
Did the
can't
money
tell
go back
you.
into the general fund?
Now that part I can't tell you, whether or not it was actually reimbursed.
Yes.
I can tell you that we audited support for the capital asset additions, construction, CIP, that kind of thing. I can tell you that we audited outstanding debt balances, and I can tell you that we audited bank reconciliations. But I can't tell you with 100% certainty that we would have actually done a trail. We knew that there was an issue with how we did cash management, but I can't tell you that we followed it all the way through the cash
Can staff
reimbursement.
do that, Mr. Altman? Do you know? Or Mr. Terry?
Can,
Did the bond money it was taken from the general fund get reimbursed there? How do we know that happened? With certainty, not a belief, but with certainty.
well, with, unfortunately, I can't tell you with certainty that it was done in 17, but we could look at the draw. So we should have been receiving a bill. We have the bond money sitting there. We should be receiving, we can pay the bill and then we can draw down a reimbursement once you do your bond draws, which, well, no, you should be doing bond draws because that reimburses you for the money that's the whole reason to go out and take on the debt. It's to use those funds in order to complete the project. So if we had the cash to do the project, we should have never gone out and gotten the bond or incurred the debt. So you get the money, you pay the bill, you draw down the money to reimburse yourself.
How much money are we talking about?
And, well, the question would be, and I don't know that she knows right off, when we have this conversation, do we know, probably not right off, when you tested, what projects you looked at when you tested, and so.
I don't have that
Right.
information with me here tonight.
Well, you can get one, right? I mean, y'all still using generic terms to me. I still would like to know, how do the money get back? Somebody should be able to answer that
Well,
question.
From my perspective, and this may not be, I know it's not the answer you want to hear. I'm okay with the fact that it occurred. I mean, it's a finding and it's something that happened, and it happened in the fiscal year of 17. We know that's a procedure or process that we have to change moving forward. And for me, the important piece is we know it happened. We thank the auditors for finding that for us. So we put the appropriate procedures and processes in place so this finding doesn't occur again as we move forward. But I can't go back and change, this, and I'm okay that it happened because it gives me a good idea of the things that we need to correct. And the focus for me is on correcting these issues, and I'm completely willing to admit that they happened because, well, they did. So.
And who gave the approval for that to happen? Was it the city manager or the finance director to pull the funds from other than the general?
I can't answer that. I'm not sure. You would have to ask staff, I think.
So who would have done that, Mr. Altman?
Well, when we've had draws recently with regard to the police station out back, I think finance provides a amount to the treasurer's office. The treasurer's office makes the draw, and finance and the treasurer can correct me if I'm wrong, but that ultimately, and I'm not throwing anyone, but the treasurer is the one that goes and gets our money from the bank for us. So we provide that. This is the amount of money that whether we've gotten X number of payments to bills, this is the total that we need to draw down to put back in our account to offset that cost, then that's how that would work.
She doesn't approve the use, so that all the money is together, is that what you're saying? So the general fund money is different from the bond money, right?
So right.
She has to be directed, I would imagine, from finance or you to pull money from a certain account. She just can't arbitrarily say, I'm gonna take this from the general fund, or.
She's not paying the bill, right? She's not paying the bill that we receive from the contractor. What we're asking her to do is draw down an equal amount from the bond revenue to offset that cost. That's all.
And that's done automatically without approval. It doesn't need approval from council.
No.
Just a routine
Right.
drawdown.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and that's appropriate for most cities to do? I mean, do you know?
Typically. I mean, some do,
think I
some
can
don't.
help.
So,
think I can help with your question.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think what you're looking to see is what was said was that the appropriations made were made not from the bond, but through general ledger. You're wanting to know if they can tell you whether the general ledger was ever reimbursed
Yes.
appropriately for the money that was taken out that should have been taken from the bond payment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's- all right,
And I
thank you.
don't know that the auditors are gonna be able to tell you. Mr. Terry should be, with some little background work, should be able to tell you. And I would think that the general ledger would be out of balance if it wasn't reimbursed. But being at 17, I'm not
But I think
how
we did
off
that
it
a lot.
was.
I think we did that a lot. I mean,
Yes.
one just in 17, we did that.
Isn't our general fund negative 5?
In
For
the-
17, yeah,
For 17, yeah.
that's why I'm saying I can't tell you that she
So
can
is that
tell
the
you that it
reason?
wasn't done. But Mr. Terry, I would think, should be able to tell us that if the general ledger had payments coming out of it, that,
Mr. Terry is right there. Can he come up to the podium and answer this question?
I think he probably need to do a little bit of
Yes.
background work.
Hold on,
Well,
let
he
me-
wouldn't
let
be
me-
able to tell you off the
Can
top
you
of
tell
his
me
head.
that?
No,
Like,
I'm
can
saying
he
we
answer
can
this
answer
question?
if he's-
He
he's
should
He's a
be.
given-
finance
yeah,
person,
he can
Mr.
say
Terry.
something. If he needs more background research, he can share that, but we can address the
Mr.
issue at
Terry.
hand.
Well,
Mr.
Just so when
Terry,
we
if he's the
do-
one that's gonna answer it, let him answer it.
just so we're clear on, what we wanna do is we wanna find out if the general ledger, the general fund was reimbursed with bond proceeds for those
Because
expenditures.
You say you believe they were, she says she
Well,
believed they were, but nobody's answered me, were they?
I haven't said I believe they were. What I said was this is how the process typically works. I haven't said that because I don't know what happened in 17. I wasn't here for 17 to know what the finance director, the treasurer, the city manager at that time did.
And everybody's,
Well, and after I, thought about it, because you put me on, when you all fire those questions at us and I have to sit here and think about it a little bit before I respond. I don't know. I don't know. So I'm not gonna say I'm changing I believe to I don't know.
and there
The
you
answer
go,
to that
that's,
question.
that's what I would like to hear. I don't
Can Mr.
like
Terry come up to
generics.
at least address, let's see if he can share any information since his name's been mentioned, and he's right here. Thank you.
Good evening, council.
Hello.
Don't go too far. Michael Terry, Finance Director. I'm going to take a direct approach because it's nice to give me that kudos. I'm like Mr. Altman. I will have to take some time.
Yeah.
We have to go back and find the period in time in Munis, look at what all that is, and the whole purpose of the audit and their testing is to say that when they combine all of the systems, the proof was in their test work. Now, I can tell you, and the treasurer, I hope you're over there.
Is she treasurer?
I can tell
she
you
wasn't
that our
treasurer.
relationship was such that when did we do? We did one.
She
we
wasn't
did-
here either, Mr. Terry, so.
No, we did one. We did one. When was that? Yeah,
We did one what?
reimbursement. That's what
Okay.
I'm trying to bring to you.
Okay,
The 17, I appreciate the question, but the corrective action, we've started it. They haven't tested that. So the treasurer and I, and along with the managers, because I can't really delve in and say, make that transfer until I know the expenditures. And that comes from the project manager that has the ability for whatever project it's doing. So we looked at that, we trued up with the departments, and then we sent the dollar amount that the general fund needed to be reimbursed from the bond. And that was the first time that had been done in quite some time.
yes.
So my point is, thank you for the kudos, but we're trying to handle where we were so that we could get in front of when they catch up with us. And I think that was a big number. Wasn't that about 2 million? 1,000,009, something like that? So it was not a little bit of change. So that's why I'm just kind of cautious. But I want to let you know that's what we're doing now, examining to make the corrections now. And going back, it's okay, but. I
How
have
long
to
do you
rely
think
on
it
the
would take for you to be able to get her the information that she's requesting, the answer to her question? roughly?
I really can't say that. I don't know what I'm gonna run into.
Do you have a time
I'll
period
get
that
you an
want to
answer back as soon as I
question?
can.
Yeah.
It's actually Ms. Pelham's
Ms.
question.
Pelham, Ms.
Right,
Pelham,
do you-
I'll get your answer back, cause I'll have to go back and look at where things were at in 17.
I know. Well, that's what worries me.
You want to put a timeline and listen, he can see
No,
if he can comply or not?
I have no idea. But anyway, I'll think about it and get with, we need to meet, I guess, as a financial committee as well. I'll think about it. I have no idea. If you don't have an idea, I definitely don't work and don't have an idea.
Okay.
Well, like I said, we know it was an issue. We thank them, and oddly enough, we thank them for telling us that it was an issue, but we've begun to take corrective action. And at some point, and I guess part of it would be looking at, thinking about what projects were part of those bonds that we have out and how we finish up that project and where we are. Because you should be able to see any of the funding remaining from that project and what you estimated the cost were at the beginning and how that, we bring a project budget to council for when you bond it, let's just say it's an $8 million project and at the end, we have $500,000 remaining. Have we made those draws? Have we balanced out our project with our funding availability? So, but we've begun to take steps and, all along, I'm saying, and it sounds odd, but I'm thankful that we pointed out all these issues so we know exactly what we need to do to work towards fixing it and get our financial ship back in order.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, no one else had any lights on, right? It was just Pelham and Randolph right now, correct? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so moving on to finding number 8, which is a repeat finding from 16, material weakness in the Children's Services Act allowability and eligibility procedures. Again, this was an APA requirement that we were required to test. We tested 60 pooled disbursement transactions. The approved amount of the transaction exceeded the amount per the individual and family service plan for 5 of the transactions. But probably more importantly, our testing showed that purchase orders were not created or approved until after the date the service was provided. So it really kind of negated the control of having that there. So that, again, is a repeat finding from 16. Finding number 9 just really points you back to the untimely social services laser reconciliation. Because we know that's an APA requirement, we have an internal control weakness because we weren't performing the reconciliations timely, but it led to compliance finding because we weren't complying with the state procedures. The 10th one, Commonwealth of Virginia yearly financial reporting, we know we're late. Repeat findings. To the 11th finding, the Children's Services Act, and these are all compliance findings that I'm going over now. Previously, they were material weaknesses. The Children's Services Act allowability and eligibility procedures, same thing. We had a material weakness in internal controls that led to a compliance finding with the APA specs. The 12th finding is noncompliance with the debt covenants. We went through all these debt agreements, identified where we needed to be providing audited statements, or we had a certain level of reserves that we were supposed to be maintaining, and we failed to do those. So again, compliance requirement. The 13th, and that was a repeat finding. The 13th finding, bank not identified as public depository and bank accounts not identified as a public deposit. Okay, so for in 17, we had 1 bank account that was not identified as a qualified public depository, but we had 3 bank accounts that were containing public monies that were not identified individually by the respective financial institution. So there was kind of 2 issues here. Again, repeat finding from the prior year. The 14th finding, the lack of compliance with the Code of Virginia regarding appropriations and budget. So for the Virginia Public Assistance Fund and the Community Development Block Grant, our year-end expenditures compared to their final approved budget were in excess. And that was also a compliance finding. And those were the findings for 17. I know one of the questions when I was here the last time was what about the other engagements that we were required to perform, so I will say again that the internal control report that the APA requires on the sheriff's office was issued. The VRS examination was issued, and the comparative report transmittal was issued. So what is outstanding for 2017 is the single audit, as well as 16.
Thank you. Before we open up the floor for a little more discussion, can you please, just for part of this presentation, there was comments made about earlier when I was talking to Cherry Becker about the restatements. I think you kind of touched on that. Is there anything else you want to add to that point? And then the follow-up question regarding the Beacon Theater. Last time we were here, we were asked to make sure they work with you to get the documents. Is there any update to that process?
I have not received an update.
We'll open up the floor. Is there anything else you want to add before we open up the floor?
Well, the only other thing that I would say, the other document that we'd issued was our report to City Council. In this, there are certain required communications by professional standards that we have to make to you. Our firm chooses to do that in writing. It's certain things like significant estimates of the city that you need to be aware of, audit adjustments that we proposed and the city made, and then uncorrected adjustments that we proposed that the city didn't make. If they would have risen to a level of materiality, we would have had to either modify our opinion or the city would have chosen to make those, I'm quite sure. So I just wanted to point that out to you as well. So that's what this document is.
And just for clarity, Mr. City Manager, isn't this what you gave us at the last meeting in this binder?
Yes,
That
ma'am.
letter?
Mm-hmm. Yep, it should be under tab 9 for 17. The SAS report, is that what you're referring to?
Before we move on, I just want to make sure council, because we got this at the dais last time. And we see how big it is. You just highlighted some main points. Is there anything in particular here that you want to make sure that council is looking at or aware of? I know you just touched on some things, but everyone didn't have all their stuff out. Is there anything else?
No.
Okay, and, okay, that's it for the presentation. We'll move into questions. Thank you for your presentation. Does anyone have any questions right now? So far, there's no light, so I'll just, okay. Counselor Pelham, you have your light on?
No, this. Sorry, Mr. Becker, just,
No. So, do you have your light on?
no.
Okay, so I'll ask my questions now. First one is, when you first came to the city to work on the audits, I was on the finance committee then, but then I got off because it was very difficult for us to do anything because there was no information coming to the finance committee, so I resigned from it. At the time when you spoke to us, you were sharing that audit preference or compliance that you have to talk to the governing body. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what that means and, in general, for people who are not familiar with that?
Well, auditing standards require us to perform what we call fraud inquiries, or where we ask various layers of folks within the city's department. A lot of times it's department heads, people within, definitely within the finance department. But we're also required to make those inquiries of those charged with governance. And so it's those inquiries are typically made of finance committee members. And both years we did. We talked to you for 16, and then we talked to the finance committee for 17's audit.
Mm-hmm. That was Zepkolis and Lumen Bailey.
Yes.
And Mr. Zagolis. Mr. Zagolis and Ms. Bailey.
Yes. And then you do understand if there's anything that isn't there also a requirement that if there's anything important or concerning that you do have a direct line to council to be able to share that information? Is that also part of the auditing standards that you share concerns to the governing body?
If we would have come up with anything that we didn't think you were aware of, and we knew that a lot of the findings that we were encountering, a lot of it was similar. The main ones were very similar to what was issued in 15. If something suspicious or anything like that would have come up in our auditing procedures, I definitely would have reached out to you at that point. But the audit dragged on, and you know, we were always just kind of start and stop, start and stop. And so there were many times I didn't have a lot that I could tell you because we hadn't really moved the mark as far as any of us would have liked.
Is that for 16 or 17? And if so, why is that from what you've
It was
observed?
delays in getting reconciliations and audit evidence in order for us to actually be able to conduct our procedures.
I have questions for the staff that are present regarding to the audit. For a CSA, Mr. Alman, do you want me to ask the questions to you, or do you want me to ask you to the staff that's
Sure.
present?
You can ask them to me.
Okay, for
CSA, Ms. Brown? is
she's
that-
right there, but
Yeah, do you go to those meetings?
I do.
Do?
I don't attend the meetings.
Yeah, so I think she would be a more appropriate person to answer
I
the
do.
question.
Ms. Robinson, is it appropriate for me to ask the staff that was invited direct questions regarding to the audit findings?
I don't think you have a rule that precludes that,
Okay,
so I guess it's just based on your discretion.
all right, thank you. Ms. Brown, if you're available, can you come up, please?
And Mrs. Spicer not gonna come, Mr. Moore? Oh,
Well, he,
I know Mr. Harris
Oh,
is
he's
here,
right there.
but,
He's behind Mr. Warren.
Is
I
he?
didn't see him, he's right there.
okay, he might wanna be near too. Because he was here. Mr. Harris wasn't here, and he's the new president, I believe.
I just wanted some clarification. I know you weren't here when some of the issues that were reported out occurred. So to put that disclaimer out there. When council was aware of what was happening with CPMT and CSA, it was probably about 17 when it was brought to our attention. The state office asked for, I can't get the name out, I think it's quality improvement plans to be submitted in a report. I asked for that information via different staff, and when I got the paperwork back, there's columns that says what's progress completed, progress started, and they were all blank. So has CSA or CPMT done anything in regards to those quality improvements that were requested by the state?
Madam Mayor Gore, Vice Mayor Bennett, Council. That has been a work in progress, I would say, for everybody. And because in order, when they come out and they audit, in order for them to close out your case, you have to turn in a quality improvement plan to the state that they approve of. If they didn't approve of the plan, they would send it back and say, you have to do it again because we don't agree with what you've written. So I answered the questions. I was responsible for answering the questions. I submitted it to the actual auditor, Annette Larkin, that came out, and she was satisfied with it, and that was the end of it for my part.
My question is about the progress. The columns are blank. Do you know if there's been any progress trying to do what you submitted to the state by the board or anyone responsible for those tasks?
There's been numerous changes made with regard to the problems, the issues that had came up. One of the issues was that it pertained to the CSA person being a case manager for cases. I do not self-manage cases because I see that as a conflict of interest. We've also, the paperwork that is needed for the members to participate, they have to sign that up front, and now instead of having it every year, once you sign the economic development interest form, you no longer have to sign that again. They changed that ruling where you sign it one time and then that's it. We've also made some changes where the purchase orders, and that is this year, the purchase orders are completed before the services are even completed. And that was one that they kept suggesting that had to be made, that change had to be made.
Okay. So I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. It sounds like that document hasn't been recorded or updated with some of the changes that were suggested, because the one I received didn't have anything on it. And what I remember from that meeting was that there was entire policies that were non-existent, and again, you weren't here, from CPMT and CSA that they needed to have done. I'm gonna ask council that we put a request in to see what were those policies in the manual, because they pretty much said there was no quality controls or policies in place. And what we were asking for was that to be done by February of last year, and I still don't see any evidence of that happening.
CPMT and Mr. Harris is here right now. We are in the middle of working on that. He is leading that right now. But we basically had to go back and revamp the policies. You had to go in and kind of like throw out what was done because it wasn't sufficient, and kind of like start over and revamp just about everything so it could meet with OCS and the Hopewell Council's approval.
Where are they?
We're still in the middle of completing them now because he's going through them section by section by section.
Mm-hmm.
We're going through everything section by section by section.
Okay, I'll talk to council about this in closed session about the board, what we should,
Because that is not one of the duties that I was actually, there was no, OCS basically said that the CSA coordinator does not write the policies and
Right, the
procedure
board
manual.
does.
That is something that is beyond my scope. However, I am helping out and assisting, because when you know CSA, you're gonna know a lot of the policies and procedures that work and the ones that don't work.
I think, I don't know if he's coming up to speak.
Good evening, Mayor Gore and council members. My name is Jermaine Harris. I am the current chair for CPMT. And I just wanted to just add on to what Ms. Brown has stated, just so you all have an idea of where we are in that process. We have met about 12 times to look at the policy and to kind of build in some of those internal controls related to CSA manager's role, how we process invoices and POs and that sort of thing. Regarding your question regarding the quality improvement plan, the quality improvement plan, we've actually gone through and looked at some of those items to see where we are. We actually have it on our next agenda to actually address some of those things, to see where we are currently. There are quite a few that we still have work to do in those areas, but there are things that we have done just regarding really looking at the policy and going through that, and really policy by policy, page by page, to make sure that we build some of those controls in, so we don't end up in and get some of the same findings that we've had in prior years.
I'm scared to ask a question because I can only have 2 times the rule that we have. That's so crazy.
Well, we have an hour and a half left. You can waive it since check record is on. You want to make a motion to waive it?
I would offer,
Just make the
You're
motion.
not gonna, nobody, you gonna vote for it?
Yeah.
You need 5 people.
Make a motion.
Motion that we waive the rule 407, that we can speak more than twice on any issue for this audit.
Second. Discussion.
I would need a little bit more
Well,
understanding whether that is still within the 10 minutes or whether it's
She's waiving
just,
the 10 minutes since we're not extending the meeting.
So
We're
you're-
still ending at 8:30.
so you're saying you want to be able to speak more than 2 times and more than 10 minutes?
No, not so much as the 10 minutes,
Okay.
because mine's gonna just be a question, which were.
And that's fine, I just wanted to understand a little better.
Let's not waive the 10 minutes, but at least a question like, when is your next audit?
Gotcha.
Why should that count against me? Thank you.
Anybody have any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay, when is your next audit?
So, it's actually funny you asked, because I got a call from OCS today. And I returned her phone call, so we should be touching base as early as tomorrow.
Okay, so it'll be somewhere in the near,
Most likely, yes.
okay, and will, when OCS
Okay,
comes, will PBA, y'all need these initials, PB mayors be intertwined with that, or they'll do their own
No.
thing?
Oh, the state comes out and does their own, official audit, and she's already told me that she will come to the next CPMT meeting on September 16th to do the entrance, and, she will send out the list of test cases tomorrow, because I was really pushy about that, hoping that they get them to me, so we'll know exactly, what cases they're gonna be looking at, when they come out and do the audit in September. She said she would be out in September.
Thank you so much.
The next audit will too.
Anybody else have questions for? Did you was gonna
Well,
say
I was
something.
just to offer, if for some reason you run out of time or questions, if you wanna get me anything that you don't get to ask, and we'll get answers for you, for everybody.
I'll email you. Thank you.
All right. I don't think there's anything left for CSA/CPMT. The only thing I will ask council is to ask the board to update that quality improvement plan so we can at least see the current status, because it's blank. And if you guys are doing work, we should have that reflected, so that way we don't think you've done nothing, you know? Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
The next person I had was, Beacon Theater.
We need the damn LLC up here.
Good evening.
Hey, how are you?
Doing great.
So, can you explain a little bit what's going on with the finances and what the issue is with getting them the auditor's information that they need, please?
Essentially, the clear answer is I'm not clairvoyant.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not clairvoyant. I have provided the information that we have been asked to provide for 17, 18. She may not have received any information, but for 15 or 16 or 17, until March, got in touch with us, we had never been asked to provide any audit information. We have information. We have lots of information available. Matter of fact, if anybody has a bunch of boxes and a hand card, they can come over to the Beacon, and we're happy to hand over everything from 14 or 15 or 16 or 17 they wish to take a look at.
What is it that you need?
Well, we work through all of our audit
speak
coordination
into the
through
mic? Thank
city finance. And everything that was on our prepared by client list, we can get that list. We were provided a couple of schedules, but not enough to be able to render an opinion on the complete financial statements. So
Does he
I
know
think
what
it
a
goes
schedule
back
means?
to, the finance department and Beacon working together to get us what we need.
Mr. Altman, you're the manager of the LLC. Has this been communicated up to that group about the need to get
So-
this information over?
We've been, with regard to the audits, I know that we've sent, most recently, as Mr. Willis indicated, we've sent correspondence to the Beacon, to his group, to get the information necessary to be able to provide the information for the auditor to do their work. So we get each time that, since I've been here, and again, with this instance, we're talking about things that happened in 17. So whether that data existed at that time, I can't answer that question. I know though with each instance, we've begun to refine our list. We worked back and forth through to get the data together. Where I think we sent in a request recently for the data for 18. So we're working diligently to try to get that information together so an audit can occur.
Councilor Randolph.
Rather than have the Beacon stand up there and tell us they're not clairvoyant, I will direct my question to the city manager. You have mentioned several times in your discussion just now that they've been provided recently with requests. I am having someone at the podium tell us that they didn't ever get those requests. To your knowledge, since you've been here, have you provided them requests for financial information last year?
Yes,
Okay.
we did.
Who did you provide that to?
Well, we emailed Mr. Willis, and I can't remember the accountant's, her name off the top of my head.
Kelly Michelson.
Kelly Michelson. So we've emailed him, and then we get data, and then we've had some communications directly with, our audit team has had communications directly with their accounting firm.
Okay, so rather than saying you're not clairvoyant, you have received, prior to the end of the 17 audit being done, received requests for information. Is that correct?
For what fiscal year, I can't tell
Any
you what
of-
it is
Any
that I,
of
sorry?
2011 to 17.
Okay. For 2011 through
No,
2016
sir.
at least.
Let's just say
Just
for
focus on-
17,
Right.
which was in process and completed this past year.
And if that is information that Mr. Altman has asked us to provide, it is sitting in a Dropbox at this time to be utilized.
Okay,
And
how much
same-
information did you provide?
We provided information on all of the shows that we have, which includes the contracts that we receive from the agents, the riders that we receive, and a rider is an addendum to a contract that lists all the things that they wish to have provided to them for the day of the show, the W-9, then the ticket sales reports that we get from ticketstobuy.com, which is our ticketing agent, and then any deposits that we've made, and point of sale reports for these shows.
And ma'am, is that what you've received from them?
I have not received, I'm not sure that we've received anything, so. And just to keep in mind, in order to do an audit, we need a balance sheet and income
Speaking
statement.
to
I
my
got you.
email.
Balance sheet is, we need cash reconciliations, we need fixed asset records.
And
We
any
need-
accountant would know that.
Yes, so we
And
have
I
not,
understand that.
we have not gotten a complete general ledger
Yep.
with supporting reconciliations to account balances.
Does that help you to understand a little better what they're looking for rather than ticket receipts? They're looking for your balance sheet and your net
And
profit
those will
loss
be-
statements?
Yeah, and those will be
Okay.
in the Dropbox.
Okay.
At this time. Whether anybody has accessed the Dropbox, I can't tell you.
Okay.
But the information that we've been asked to provide has been provided.
She said, when did you drop it?
in the box?
It's like a.
These have been in the Dropbox, we've been putting them in for 10 to 12 months now? If not longer?
He's talking about the
Okay.
software.
So what we need to do from here is to make sure that what Dropbox we've been using, the city manager has access to it, that he is going to look in it tomorrow, and he can provide the auditors the information. And if there isn't the information there that can be given to the auditors and our financial department, then they will contact you again. Because this is something that we as counselors have been looking for and not understanding why the Beacon couldn't provide it. You're standing here telling us you did provide it. So we have to take it from this step forward. So I appreciate you telling us.
What I'm telling you is that when we receive the information, we've provided that information. Now, where it's gone unless we provided it, who's
Right.
looked at it, I can't tell you.
Okay.
Once again, we're an open book. Anybody who wishes to come, we're fine. All our, the books are in order, and we're ready for anybody to come take a look at anything.
Okay? And we will have to take that next step tomorrow.
Very good.
Thank you for the follow-up. Appreciate it. Vice Mayor Bennett.
Just want the public to know, what Dropbox are you referring to? Is it an electronic Dropbox?
That is correct,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, so who has access to that Dropbox?
We have 15 separate people that have access to it. I believe Mr. Davis has access to it. I know Mr. Altman has access to it.
What is the Dropbox called? Is it a shared drive?
No, it's
Dropbox. That's the
Dropbox.com.
system.
Okay.
Right.
So my other question is, what is your check and balance? If you drop it into the Dropbox, do you check and send an email or
It
pick
automatically
up the phone
alerts.
and say, hey, put the information you needed in the Dropbox? Is that what you do?
Yeah, when you put files in, if there's any changes made to that Dropbox, it automatically sends out an email to everybody who's a part of that Dropbox list.
Right.
And if anybody goes in and looks at it, accesses it, it tells me that someone has gone in to look at it.
And did you see that?
Today, I
Did
think
it look
Mr.
like
Davis went in.
Who?
I think Mr. Davis,
Who is Mr.
Tony
Davis?
Tony
Mr.
Davis.
Davis.
He's in our finance department.
Right.
Okay, so Mr. Davis looked at it today?
I believe it was today that I
You
received
looked
the
at it
emails.
today? Okay.
Mr. Terry's coming up.
Hey, how you doing?
Michael Terry, Finance Director. Okay, so,
Can you do the microphone, please?
Michael Terry, Finance Director. So let's clear up a couple of things that everybody will have an understanding. Mr. Davis is working in the Finance Department, and one of the tasks he's having so that we can be prepared for our auditor, she's smiling, is to take the information that has been put in the Dropbox and to be able to produce a set of reasonable financial statements with supporting documentation that they can audit. Now, I hope you understand what I just said. That's something that we have to do and compile. Normally, you would expect that we would receive what you're saying, what Mr. Altman should be receiving or whoever, we should receive a set of financials, monthly, quarterly, however it is. And when that's done, because we would consider them an outside party, we could take that in and record it on the general ledger. That's the point I'm trying to make. Munis, we don't have a beacon kind of general ledger. So we're trying to get that set up so that what we're getting, while they're running their accounting books to us, we can create a set of general ledgers. So when you do ask the question, we can send you a report with supporting documentation. Now, on the 17 audit, we did get information. We did get information in the Dropbox, but the information was of such that we had difficulty with it. For one thing, the accountant or their accounting system is on a calendar basis, meaning January to December. We're on a fiscal basis, so we had some difficulty getting the communications to what we needed.
Sorry, Mr. Terry, I have to interrupt you because I think we're going a little further than what the question that I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am.
So, what it sounds like to me is if there's 15 people in that Dropbox, it shoots an email to receive this information. I think with the auditors, even with that being said, there's no segregation of duties. So what if I was one of the 15, is us 7 received that, and I say, okay, I'm gonna look at it, oh yeah, I did receive it. But I didn't tell anybody else what was going on. So now we're sitting here when he's already sent it to the Dropbox, Mr. Davis already looked at it, and none of that information was documented or even stated throughout the finance department. So what is your process as far as receiving this information in a Dropbox and having to determine how we're gonna go ahead and get this information to who needs the information, not just hold on to it?
Okay. Our process, if it's in the Dropbox, that's what we're doing. We're now compiling it so that we can actually produce a set of financial.
I understand that. What I'm saying is you have 15 people who receive an email. How are you guys going to fix that where if Mr. Davis gets it or Mr. Terry gets it, I just open the email and say, hey, look, they put it here. Oh yeah, I got it, I received it. But how do you say, hey, look, auditors, I received this information, I'm putting it together, you will receive this by this time, right? So that's my question, is like, what is the process? I feel like there's no segregation of duties in the finance department.
That's a separate action, a separate question. As far as there is a separation of duties within the finance department, information coming in, we're compiling that. We put that together.
But who do you tell that to? Who do you tell that you're receiving that information? Because we have this meeting today. We have this special meeting today, and auditors said they have not received anything.
Well,
We have the Beacon saying that they put it into the Dropbox and it was just open today.
but we're crossing fiscal years. That's 17.
That's not what I'm saying is, you don't understand what, can somebody help me out, please?
Please, I think I can. My question is,
Yeah.
to go back first, why are we spending taxpayer money to provide ledgers for Beacon? If they're an outside source, should they be paying for that?
Information.
I mean, when you send in something in the outbox is one thing, but shouldn't he give you the ledgers and everything that you need as an entity? We should not be doing a ledger for him.
That's where I'm not.
That's his point.
That's where I'm not understanding.
No,
They have sent whatever is accounted.
Have they?
Information.
Because you thought you said you were gathering the information.
Pardon me?
Oh, never mind, sorry.
She said have they, because if you said earlier there, I'm just please don't count as my time, I'm just clarifying for her. She said that, have they,
Yes, it
because if
does.
you're saying that you're compiling the information,
Yeah.
is it truly given to you to give to them?
Is it whole?
Yes.
Is it,
So I need to be like Mr. Churchman, my words, and clarify what I'm saying. The information that we have received from this accountant has come in to us,
okay, that's good.
okay? Dropbox.
Mm-hmm.
It's the control. And I think what you're talking about is on that box, you've listed the people that are recipients. So I don't really control that. That's just the normal way
It's
of
okay.
Dropbox work that he's using.
Right.
It's just like an email system you send out and everybody gets the email.
They use
So
it for
that's all
big documents.
that's all that is. That's what that is.
But you're not creating ledgers for him. You're receiving his ledgers and his
He's
accounting
giving us
information.
financial information.
Yes,
And
we're
we're
not
trying now to put together
In
to
unison.
make
to
sense.
work
to
in
our-
The
unison.
problem is, it shouldn't be piecemeal for you to put it together. It
That's
should
my-
come together and become
That's-
the way it
that's-
needs to be.
that-
That's the problem. So the question is, why is it piecemeal?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying
And
to
that
say.
goes back to him, Mr.
Thank
Beacon.
you.
That's what she's trying to
Mr.
get to the
Mr.
root
Beacon,
of.
why is it
I
piecemeal?
apologize that it didn't get, but that's what I'm trying to say is, what the auditor is saying to you is that we couldn't give her a setup. She said she doesn't need the pieces, she needs statements.
Yes.
And to close this gap so you don't see this point anymore, we stepped up and said, you send us, we'll create it, and then they can audit it.
No, they
That's
need to
what I'm
pay the
trying
So to eliminate these questions here prior to our meeting, did you send that information to the city manager? Hey, look, we received this from the Beacon Theater, we know it's coming up. And then, we've received this information, this is what's happening, we cannot send it to auditors until we receive everything in whole. I mean, it's just like, I can receive it, but then weeks can go in a time, and no one knows what's going on between those 2 or 3 weeks. Does that make sense? It's like a
So-
communication issue.
So, staff and finance communicate yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. She's got her button on.
She does.
Go ahead.
Go right ahead. No, miss.
That Councilor Randolph.
Mr. Terry, let me see if I can understand this a little better, okay? Now, the gentleman from the Beacon has said that he uses a software called Dropbox, and it comes over for larger documents. I've used it at work too. And he said he has put all of the supporting documentation in there, like ticket sales, et cetera. But he's also said to us that he has included a balance sheet, is that correct? And the types of documents that you and the auditors, in my understanding, are looking for. So you're saying you have to then take that and somehow put it into our system? Because our system doesn't talk to their system accounting-wise, is that correct? No? Okay, so I guess the bottom line for me, and maybe some of other council, is if we knew that for the 17 audit, that the auditors didn't have enough information to be able to make a decision or clearly go through the documentation to say that the Beacon was okay, that you would have known that before the end of that audit period, correct?
We continue to ask for that information up until almost a cutoff.
Okay, so you're now telling us that even though the Beacon has said that they provided it last year, that it wasn't in time to give it to the auditors to represent that in the audit for 17.
And I think also one of Mrs. Pelham's questions that you sent to us is in your book. And we documented it when we start asking for it, because
Right.
the perception is like this has been hanging out for 2 years.
Yes, sir.
We really just start asking for that information. What it was beginning of January
18.
of 19, so that we could basically begin to provide what we needed. So it's
Okay, but
a
the gentleman
process.
here is telling us that he provided it last year in the Dropbox, but you're saying that you all did not get that. Is that correct?
What I'm saying is, I know what we asked for when we asked for it,
Yes, sir.
and I'll go back and look, but that's what we started to do.
So if you took a minute to open up the Dropbox,
Okay.
does anybody check it?
What are we doing?
When did you create the Dropbox?
Well,
See, that's the whole thing.
They will see
He's referencing
who's
the
open.
Dropbox timeframe. And I know in your question, Mrs.
They're all
Pelham,
different, like they're
we wanted to make sure you knew when we start asking for the information. And then the whole point of making that statement was, when we get that information, we now have to make sure that we can put it in a format that is acceptable as far as statement goes with supporting documentation. And I think his time frame is what's throwing us off.
But
Okay.
can I say one thing? I promise y'all, this might help you. Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, go ahead. If you really feel it'll help. I'm just gonna ask, do you use Dropbox for any of our other, documentation?
These large files.
Okay, so what preferred methodology might help this? And I'm just putting that out there, and don't expect an answer, because we're gonna have to talk about this in our work session.
Right.
Because it is a question for us why it keeps showing as an outstanding, especially since we've had this gentleman standing in front of us telling us that he's given that. So we want to see for our work session, I'm sure, some more clarity on how you're gonna accept, how you're gonna process, and how you're gonna make sure it gets to the auditors correctly with continued communication with the outstanding.
That we can do, if I understand what you were asking.
Well,
that we
there's
can
no,
do.
I mean, there's no point in me asking anything else, because I'm getting one thing here and one thing there, so I'm not gonna continue.
But you know what? Thank you. I'm sitting here thinking the last meeting, there was a clear ask to make sure they gave her information when we last met. And she's sitting here saying that she didn't get any communication. That's the problem. And then the
Well,
other
we
thing,
just gotta let
yeah,
that go.
it needs to be noted, or if we can reprimand somebody somehow, because here's the other problem. Council's been asking for finance information for the Beacon for a long time. There goes that pending list again, asking for financial information that we have not received. All of this is nice, and I really appreciate Council Randolph's comments, but here's the thing that, I don't know if Vice Mayor Bennett was saying this, but this is what makes me think, why is it not something in Munis right now for them? So, we gonna keep using Dropbox, or is there something in Munis now for them to be able to report correctly?
I don't know anything about Munis, so I can't.
There's the problem.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
And you managing $300,000 a year.
And
while I'm
we
taxing
contribute
everybody.
to your
Well,
budget.
I mean, that's,
We contribute to your budget, so they should be significantly. So there we should, that went to the work session point to make sure they have something in Munis.
and that's similar to like the schools. We're gonna have to make a concerted decision to convert them.
Everybody.
That's true, but you're correct, that's true. But the thing here with the Beacon, there's really no excuse for them not to be in Munis, because we only give them a certain amount of money. The schools have a whole freaking system, you know what I mean? So we gotta do it for both of them, but I'm shocked that they're not in Munis.
Me too.
But it's okay. We're gonna do this word the work session. There's an understanding that they're making the schedules to give to you. Please let council know if you have any other obstacles with getting that information or whatever with that. My next question, thank you, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you for coming. Drawing a blank, Lauren. Next person I have on my list to talk to is really quickly the treasurer. From my understanding, can you come up here, please? From my understanding, we made you the fiscal agent for CPMT. I'm keep hearing reports that there's a reconciliation program in Munis that can help you guys with what is the status of that?
The last update,
And can you
Mayor, Vice
explain
Mayor,
to them what I'm talking about?
and council people. The last update, the assistant finance director went to the Munis training in Boston or Dallas or wherever it was, and came back very excited about the possibility of being able to use the automatic bank reconciliation module within Munis. We have not gone beyond that at this point. It will require us to simply get a BAI from SunTrust.
BI who?
It's a bank file,
Okay.
BAI. I don't know what the acronym is, but
Okay, thank you.
the file needs to be uploaded to us on a routine basis, and then we can do the bank reconciliations. there is feedback from other municipalities. It's not instant, like you just don't push a button and then it automatically reconciles everything. But it's a huge step, at least getting you to a point where you have a hit list of things that you need to identify and dig deeper on. I would love if there was some way that we could definitely say on X date, we were gonna go live with it. I don't know what the actual delay would be other than resources right now are to get the CAFRs completed. And so, but if you had the go ahead, or I don't know what it would take, but I put myself on the line, I would be a champion to do what I have to do with my team to work on getting that bank reconciliation active, because that would save us a lot of human time of doing it manually. Right now, and I'm very open to sharing with you all by email, but it's about a 20-page document of all the steps that are involved in our current bank reconciliation process.
Is that the brother system or? you talking
Okay, so for the CPMT, there is a system called Thomas Brothers. That helps with one of the issues that PB Mayors identified as far as the purchase orders. Right now, the way Munis works, she can't produce the purchase order until she gets the invoice, which is not the way they want to see it done at all. Thomas Brothers requires a series of steps before the invoice is generated. We have met with the Munis rep back in December when they came to Hopewell, and there are some things that could be done differently within our Munis system, but it would totally change the way the existing staff is working and processing. So it was discussed and decided that during this time of getting CAFRs and meeting deadlines, stopping the small staff into doing something totally different would not be ideal.
So Thomas Brothers is not.
Thomas Brothers is a separate system, and I believe social services is already on it, so.
Yeah, but that means you won't be on it till after the CAFRs are done?
I will say,
When
I'm
I
at the
mean
mercy of our
CPMT.
IT, finance, city manager world, but I would love, as the fiscal agent, I would love to see us use Thomas Brothers so that Ms. Wanda Brown and her new assistant can get what they need to do and know that they're in compliance. Because right now, every day that they're working,
It's manual.
it's manual inside of compliance, because they're
Right.
still doing the same purchase orders.
So it's gonna be the same finding.
Same finding.
Are you serious?
So can we do anything about that,
Well,
Mr. City Manager?
well.
Mr. City Manager? Can we do
I'll
anything
let
about
the
that?
experts share.
If
All I know
if it's
is-
not her decision.
All I
Mr.
know is
can I ask
that
a question, Ms.
Thomas
Jump-
Brothers
Ms.
would
Garcia?
be an improvement,
May I ask
and
a
I'll let her
question?
tell her why. Yes, ma'am.
No, I don't wanna hear from her. I wanna hear from my city manager. What can we do about that?
I think she wants to correct the statement that it would be a repeat finding.
I am doing things different now. I do create the PO before the service is completed. The thing with Thomas Brothers is that it would require a lot more signatures, and the work, yes, it would. It requires a fiscal agent, it requires a case manager supervisor, and then it requires them to sign saying, yes, that these hours have been serviced,
That's
and you
great.
can bill for this particular service. That's why I want the Thomas Brothers, and probably about 62% of localities in some form or shape use Thomas Brothers within their system. A lot of social services do. It's a really good system, and it will move my office.
20%.
It will take a lot of the fraudulent stuff that happened in the past. There's no way it
Check
will
and
be able
balance.
to, unless, there was no way it will be able to happen again if you have that system where it is taking a lot of the stuff out of the CSA. When you get that invoice, several people have looked at it and said, this is valid.
So what's the delay?
The delay is now is that I have spoken with the Thomas Brothers system, and we're finance put us on a 6 to 8 week delay, and I spoke to the owners of Thomas Brothers, and they said that we could kind of bypass that, but that meant I was gonna have to do a lot more manual work to get it up and going. And if that's the way we have to do it, then that's the way I have to do it. That's just the way we have to do it to get it done.
Councilor Pelham's asked the city manager a question too.
So
that the
I,
council
and
didn't
so,
have the light on.
is any, so we can do that? We can, what way can we help this office get a system into place that we won't be looking at a potential fraud case down the road? To me, that should be sort of a priority, I guess.
Well,
I asked specifically about Thomas, getting
Yeah,
Thomas Brothers.
Thomas
involved.
Brothers,
yeah. So I don't know that, so with, with Thomas Brothers, we've agreed to purchase the software.
You
We
haven't
just-
purchased it yet. Don't tell me that. I've been asking about that for 6 months.
The reason we haven't is because Thomas Brothers likes to make certain that everything is
In place. Oh,
before
okay.
they send a locality a bill. They will not let me even pay them until they have everything that they need to get that system up and going.
Oh, okay.
That's the way I've been speaking to Keith Thomas, and that's the way he runs his program. Until it's up and going, they won't even.
Okay,
So, what,
Fraud, I mean, come on.
well, I don't know that, what we'll do is we'll look at the status, where we are with all of that, and what we can do to accelerate that process. Part of the concern that we had was trying to implement Thomas Brothers on top of trying to do the audit, because some of that account structure is the same group of people. Same group of people that would have to help set up the account structures, the same group of people that are having to do audit work. So we'll look at where we are,
Okay.
we'll get a status and what we can do to accelerate that process.
Don't confuse anything with CAFR. Guess we have to live with the,
well, I would interject and say, can you give us a status of that, or like when we talk about the work session, because maybe council needs to make a decision which one is the priority. Because if we have these audit findings, we have the state audit report, we have all this stuff, maybe the priority is to get this system in place since the audits are already late and we're moving on 18. There's other things that we could probably get in, but can you give us a status report when we have that work session that we're going to be voting on soon? About what that would take in resource-wise? And Councilor Denton did have her light on.
I would just like to mention, yes, I have been in touch with the city manager about purchasing the Thomas Brothers software. Ms. Brown and I have talked about it. Even went to our IT director, and from what I understand, it is quite involved because you have to put in a lot of different account numbers into a system, and it does take a while. She didn't say how long, but we are trying to work with the CAFRs and get the auditors done, and they felt that this, working with the CAFRs, was more important right now than going into downloading all of the account codes. And Mr. Terry may know more about it than I do, but you've got to download a lot of information into it to get it to work.
We have decided, Mr. Keith Thomas told me we can bypass that because they can use the information that I mandatorily have to report to the state to get all the stuff that they need that finance would have been able to help them get, but it just takes a little more manual work on my part, and since I have the CSA specialist in there now, that'll be what she'll be, any manual stuff like that'll be the work that she'll be working on to go ahead and get it up. What we're waiting on is for me to close out this fiscal year before he does the first download of what's going on, because he told me it's easier for them to get the system up for me than it would be for social services, because CSA doesn't have that many codes, so we can just get it from the state.
thank you.
I'm trying to track my time. I have questions for social services.
With regard to laser,
Yep, the laser reconciliations. Mr. Spicer, you can come. Can you, while you're walking, I'll just ask the question. Can you explain a little bit more about what was the issue with the reconciliations, if there's any changes to fix that now? That what was in the audit finding regarding laser reconciliations, it was a multi-year finding.
So we have
internal measures to reconcile through our agency and the Virginia Department of Social Services. The problem lies in that to reconcile and request reimbursement, we have to as well reconcile with the city through Munis. And that has been the problem for, since I've been in my position.
So it can't be corrected? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can it be corrected? And you can never reconcile with the city? Is that what you're saying?
Again, we can reconcile internally in terms of social services. What we don't have control of is then reconciling with the city. And that's just outside our control.
So can the PB mayor's people help you know how to do that? No one knows how to do that. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm not financially savvy, but good gracious. Y'all have a solution?
I can offer an example if it would help.
Maybe that'll help me, somebody.
So, for example, credit cards. We do, social services uses the city's credit card system.
Okay.
So we can charge expenses to the credit card. But though we cannot request reimbursement to the state for those charges because the city reconciles a little bit different in terms of more times than not that in terms of our timing. The city will pay their bill in terms of the credit card, but then later on they'll go back and then itemize it in terms of expense by expense. That's what we need to then reimburse to the state. So many times we're always off a month or two or three or more because the city's process is a different timing than what we work with.
What are you
state.
charging on those credit cards that the state can't reimburse?
Well, we charge a lot of operating expenses. We charge a lot of expenses for the children that we have in care, a crib, clothing, a host of things for the.
And so the state doesn't reimburse us for that?
We get reimbursement for that. But again, sometimes it's delayed because of the different processes that we are held to with the state in terms of timing, and then again, reconciling between what our systems are, social service and the city.
Young lady, maybe you can help me.
Hi, I'm Andrea with PB Mayors, and I just wanted to give the audit perspective on the laser reconciliations. I'm the one that actually performed the testing over the laser reconciliations. And to reiterate what Mr. Spicer said, he is correct. They can reconcile internally. The issue is reconciling those internal records with the records in Munis. And it's not an issue that it can't be reconciled. The issue is the timeliness of the reconciliation and social services receiving the information that they need from the city to do that in a timely fashion. Due to the delays, that is what caused the lack of certain items being able to be reimbursed from the state, or delay in the reimbursement. So does that help answer the question?
But you'll keep writing it up as a incident of a procedure, so the procedure can never be changed? Can the procedure ever be changed to catch up with each other?
From what we've seen at other localities don't have this timing issue.
So why do we have it then?
I can't speak to your internal processes.
Well, you audited our internal processes, you better speak to it.
She can't. She's audited. She can't.
Well,
She's just reviewing their work.
Mr. Other auditor, whatever,
Well,
somebody
no, I'm
better.
not an auditor.
Well, you're a manager and you're a supervisor. And I mean, if no one else has this issue but Hopewell, I really do have an issue with that.
A lot of issues are only here.
So the audit requirement that we had to audit was, the state requires that these laser recs be done every month on time. Social services was not given all the information that they need from the city
who?
for
What
units.
city? What's part of the city?
who would you normally get your munis information from in order to do the recs? back in
Finance?
17?
Well, that would be finance.
Okay, so the person who ever does credit card information is not giving that back to you to reconcile with the state
In a timely fashion.
in a timely fashion. So, okay, Mr. Manager, you know,
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's why we come up with, and that's why we said, when we have the findings, we will develop procedures and processes to correct those
okay,
findings.
well,
We didn't talk about this at a work session, because we have a credit card policy, and that's been on the pending list too. And so I keep hearing repeat things that we keep trying to talk about for years now. So at some point, we gotta stop, and thank goodness we're gonna have this work session. Go ahead, Counselor Randall.
My question is, well, I don't have a question, I'm just gonna make a statement. Is that I think that this council, before today, has been stating that we want to reconcile before the CAFRAs are done. We don't want to impede the progress of the CAFRAs. By all means, that is our priority to get those straight. But we want you to be prepared to tell us at the work session what we're going to need to do, or what the finance department is going to need to be able to better prepare them to be able to communicate appropriately and timely with all departments for the needs for us to not have these findings after, they're still gonna have the findings in 18, because most of that has already happened and done, so we know that.
And
But
19.
we wouldn't expect to have those findings in 19.
Yep.
So,
there,
so I would say that as I said at the last meeting, you know, as the mayor said from the outset, we had been operating under a certain understanding of and I'll say previous council wanted to move forward. This council wants to address it in a different fashion, and we're more than open to do that. We just needed to make sure that that was what council as a body wanted to do.
Yeah.
And
We were the minority
really,
there.
I mean, I think what we have, you have an item for SB3, which is really what I think becomes your work session. You look at the weaknesses, we look at those, we identify those issues, we identify a proposed process, either how we're addressing it or how we've addressed it already, or how we will address it, and that becomes part of what we're doing.
And a priority for us.
absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Spicer, I appreciate that. Mr. Parton, I'm sorry, wait, Mr. Parton had a question for you. I'm so sorry, Mr. Parton had his light on.
I don't know if this is gonna be a question for you, Mr. Spicer, it might be for Mr. Terry or the auditors. But when we keep bringing up the phrase in a timely manner, so everybody's on the same sheet of music, what is considered in a timely manner?
30 days.
Well, I can speak for social services, and we do monthly requests for reimbursement to the state. So our timeliness is bound by that, by month.
Okay, so you don't need it, prior to it? If maybe I'm not making myself.
A date kind of.
Yeah, is there like?
There are date certain.
Okay.
Date certain.
Okay.
And that would be one of the things that we would look at in developing a process, is to understand what his date certain is, so we can work backwards from where we get a credit card bill, and particularly an itemized bill, that we can then work forward to his date certain.
Right, I guess what I'm just trying to say is if you gotta make sure that you take care of the prior month, do you need that information in the next 30 days? And then you have it posted, and then the next month comes right after that? Or do you need it, within like 10 days of the month finishing? I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. So
How
that way
much
we're-
grace period do you
Yeah.
need
That's
in
what
order
you
to
just said.
comply?
I know what you're,
Okay.
I know what you're.
That's the date, the due date, the
Yeah.
date due.
Okay,
That's what he was saying.
okay.
So I guess they'll backpedal, so maybe he needs it 2 weeks before his deadline, that's all the time
Yeah.
he needs, or maybe he needs 30 days or 10 days, that's what you're asking,
And
yeah.
we figure
And
that
then
out,
backtrack.
and then we figure out how that works with when we get our itemized bills, so we can develop a
Backpedal.
process that takes
Okay.
this issue away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Unless anyone has objections, I'll just keep going through the people, and, unless someone has something else. I wanna ask the auditors a question about bank transfers and a lack of accurate supporting documents. Can you elaborate more? You said that the bank transfer, budget transfers were not pretty much compliant with some city policies, and then the lack of accurate supporting documents. Can you elaborate on both of those, please?
Sure, it's part of our required testing that we need to look at a certain number of budget transfers to see are they properly supported and are they properly approved. We had a certain number of items in our sample which support could not be provided, and then we had an additional number of items in our sample which only contained a single approval signature. There was not a segregation of duties present to have both the initiator and the approver present on those.
And I think this is a situation where there might be a policy, there was a policy or procedure over budget transfer, but it's different than what's in practice. So going back and looking at, do we need to update and freshen up our policy and change it in order to be able to comply with it? Or is it good as is and we just need to get everyone on board and
It
following?
wasn't being followed. Thank you, but it wasn't being followed, and that was one ask from the last meeting that I asked for city attorney to look at those type of policies, in particular our budget resolution, because that's where the budget transfer information is located. We don't have a settle-on policy; it's in the resolution, and it changes. So will we have a request to put that on the work session? But so supporting documentation, are you looking at the votes or the approval? Are you looking for actual documentation? So I guess my question is two parts: documentation. Are you looking for the approval for them to do it, but then also for some transactions where they're not documentation about the purchases or some of those things? Or did you get that deep in it?
Correct, yeah, we're looking for both the approval and the support, and for some of the transactions in the sample, there was neither.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions about that topic? Okay. I forgot to ask Mr. Altman about the Beacon Theater. What's the discussion going on with correcting the fact that there's no contract on file?
Since I've been here, I know we've signed a contract, so I'm not sure what
You have
previously.
or haven't, I can read.
Have.
You did sign one? So you've been here when will it be signed?
Oh, so when the audit was that fiscal year, there wasn't one on
Right,
file?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, I can't do anything about 15, 16, or
Right.
17.
Moving forward. I have some questions. I can direct them to you, Mr. Terry, regarding Munis itself. This is one of the items that's gonna come back on the 20th, but just wanna be clear. We got an email that Munis went through several updates because it was several versions behind. Like, how many versions behind was Munis?
I don't want to give you a number and it be wrong, but
About 4 or 5 versions behind.
4 or 5, yeah.
More.
5.
So our financial system was like 4 or 5 versions behind. So let you know that no one was checking the system, updating it, doing any type of support for the system, which is horrible. Are we up to the current version of Munis, do you know?
We are not up to the current version at this point. We've got, I think, maybe one more. Again, don't hold me to that one more, but we've got, I think, one more. Ms. Manker, who's the director, she's much more in tune. And I think what we had so much being updated that it caused some bog down in issues. So you couldn't do it all at one time. So we've got to pace ourselves a little bit more to get completely up to date.
The latest version, I imagine with any type of software, is gonna be different than the version that people are used to using. So
Right.
they're gonna have to be retrained, or people are gonna freak out.
Correct. And that's one of our issues is when we get to the last one, I understand it changes the way, the look and how some of it works. So, the only thing I can equate it to is when Microsoft decided to introduce the new version of Office, and that changed how the old version worked. And I, myself included, freaked out a little bit because I used to know how to do something and now I can't find it. We need to be able to roll that out and get everybody trained. So that's one of the reasons for the delay in getting to the final version. But you're correct, and I can't answer the question as to why we were so far behind. Ms. Manker wasn't here, I wasn't here, we don't know, but we need to be up to
There's no
date.
oversight of our finance department. I know Councilor in the federal lab, but I just want to piggyback off the training comment before I ask some other questions after her. What I've council noticed before that there pretty much was no real training for Munis when this was unveiled. unravel. We asked for there to be support funding for people to get training. I mean, and we were told that was gonna happen. Observations, listen to staff members and certain people talk, that seems to be hit or miss. I think there's money now in some departments for training, but I don't know if it's really sufficient to really truly train people on munis. And there's so much turnover, it's gonna keep having these gaps. So my question is, we have the work session to really tell us how much it's gonna take to truly have appropriate resources to train people in munis. And the one thing I just noticed an observation, when I was trying to get the city attorney on board, I asked like 5 times, who trains her in munis? I couldn't get a direct answer about who was gonna be the point of contact. So like, who is the person that is the munis trainer in the city?
We've got,
I
depending.
mean, like the overall, I know each department has their own thing, but I mean,
Right.
like the overall.
So we typically, well, for an individual, and depending upon what type of training, so if she's looking at being trained and doing purchase orders, those are things that we can accommodate with some existing staff who know how to do purchase orders. Now, training for bringing on a new module, so when we brought on the reporting piece for citizens, we had to bring in Munis here to train staff to do that. So that wasn't something we were doing currently, that we could just go and pick Ms. Randolph, who does it every day, and say, go train Ms. Robinson. Because it was a new module, we had to bring Munis in. We brought Munis in at the request of some departments. Under the Treasurer's Department, we brought Munis in to help with some things. And a lot of it, I think, in knowing and hearing some of the same, well, not some of the same comments, but talking to staff, if departments were involved heavily in the deployment of their Munis module and how they wanted it to work in the process flow, those have typically come out on the other side. It works really well for them because they were involved heavily up front. Some departments may not have thought about it or had the opportunity, or they were too busy doing other things to do it during, I don't know, I wasn't here, but
To do what, bring their modules on?
to talk about how they wanted their modules to work. A prime example for me would be development. Their stuff works really well because they sat down and spent a lot of time getting Munis the Munis people or Tyler people to understand how they wanted it to work, and that they were able to get that process flowed. So we know that when we get these updates, the further we go, we've got to make sure there's training. We have to train everybody on how to use Munis. We have to take the fear factor out of the last update that changes the way it looks. So we can bring that back to y'all when we hit the work session as to what it will take to get people trained, what that dollar figure is, what that would require if we brought Munis here, well, Tyler folks here to do that. We can certainly have that as part of that discussion.
And also with other modules that have not been fully implemented, because I know we purchased, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we paid like $500,000 for Munis. Is it 500,000? And from my understanding, all of the modules needed for certain departments have not even been launched. So we've had the software for about 5 years now. There should be no reason why it's not launched, let alone where it needs to be. Councilor Randolph?
At the bank, we use a lot of different systems and we go through a lot of different upgrades. My thought is that with each new upgrade, the system owner puts out what they call an implementation guide, which lets us know what's going to be changing in each upgrade. I would think that Munis probably does the same, and that because of that, we could understand better ahead of time which departments are going to be impacted and give them a heads up. Now, for training, it's nothing that most companies don't struggle with constant upgrades of software and how to get everybody retrained, or you have people leaving or new people coming on board. What we've had many of the departments do is initially do something, what we call action steps. So that the most constant things that are being done on the system are actually put together in little step by step, so that it's there for people to see and to learn and understand what they're supposed to do. have to actually spend time sitting with them, going through all of the constant,
SOPs.
yes, similar, but it's just
Like
called action
like
steps.
steps.
It's very, it's off record from audits.
Like screenshots
It's
of, like,
more
with the
something of what we
pictures.
use internally. It's not formal or official, but it's something that we can use. Whereas our policies and procedures go through audit and they have to be perfect. The action steps can change at a minute's notice without an upgrade, from council or anybody else. But it's there so that they can be used. We also have online training for our systems. I don't know if that's available through Munis, but certainly the general working capabilities of our system are done through online tutorials that are offered by the providers. Again, I don't know Munis well enough to know if this can be done, but certainly these are some things that we should be looking at to implement. And we don't take all of the upgrades that come through if they don't impact us. So doesn't mean that we have to take every upgrade that's coming. This may be very different for the city. And additionally, modules usually cost extra money. And so, and they can be just as expensive as the initial.
We paid for modules that we're not even touching.
Yeah, I'd have an issue with that if we have paid for stuff that's not been implemented. But again, we've had huge issues with other things. We have to, again, set priorities with where we're at for this versus CAFRAs and some other things. But we need to do that. And maybe we can have a very good work session that will help us get through some of this.
And when he brings back the module information, it'd be helpful really to know what those are, because I can't imagine how some of them don't impact people's ability to do their jobs. CSA, CPMT just talked about something that they need to be able to do reconciliations. When we were first told about Munis, what we were told was that Munis allows them to create reconciliation like a draft CAFR. Does that module even done? No, when you come back, you'll let us know.
I would have to find out.
Yeah, you'll come back.
Because I wasn't around when y'all were told that, or part of the Munis implementation.
We
Okay.
need to set
When you
somebody.
add it to your list.
Oh, yeah.
Does that mean some of these, I get your point, some of we don't need to focus on now, but some of them we probably should have implemented. The other thing is, Mr. Terry, can you explain if the segregation of duties has been addressed? That was related to the offer and the CAFR several times regarding the IT software at Munis. Is that something that'll fall under you? Does that fall under IT? IT? Okay. And Mr. Altman, one thing that I noted from the last 2 years of observations, all staff isn't on Munis, is it? Are they not? Does it seem like certain departments have their own software that they use for different things? Is everyone using Munis and Tyler's used for constituent complaints and tracking stuff. Munis is used for tracking various things. Is everyone using? I know the schools are not. Clearly, the Beacon isn't. Aside from those two, do certain departments have their own application softwares that really should be intertwined into Munis? Because I'm hearing that there's some that should be.
I would
I know
venture.
you gotta probably come back, but
Yeah, I mean, we'll look at all that. My guess would be there may be some specialized, like in the case of social services that operates Thomas Brothers. There may be some specialized software, and I don't know off the top of my head, but just thinking, I know previously we had, we operated GEMS as the financial management software. There was a separate real estate appraisal package. There was a separate package in the commissioner's office. There was a separate package to do things in different offices. I don't know. As I sit here, I'd have to look and see if we went to Munis's real estate appraisal module, or if we continue to use the
That's what
old
I'm trying to
real
figure
estate
out,
appraisal
Can
module.
we
So
get
we'll,
an inventory?
yeah, we'll have that.
and you want an inventory? That would be great. And speaking of inventory, the IT director sent out an email regarding doing inventory for equipment. When we had our closed session a while ago regarding that situation that we had to address, council said then that we wanted there to be a policy put before us in terms of staff not be able to purchase certain IT-related things and it to go through the IT department, and then for them to start tracking those inventory. And I think she brought up there being consequences for people who don't return equipment that belongs to the city. We haven't seen that come back before us, and we discussed that in closed session. Can you make a note to follow up on those things? And the last question I have on my notes, the big whammy, wastewater, sewer, and stormwater.
Well, I think from that perspective, all of those items are the 3 items that come up with our third-party billing issues.
So is that the reason why the directors are unable to produce documentation? Is that mostly what the documentation is related to?
I don't think so. He's coming.
Because I saw different things about internal controls.
Yeah.
And
Jerry
internal
Valley Director of Water
reconciliation.
Renewal. I'm not sure what they asked for in the 14, 15, 16. I know that in the last couple months, Mr. Terry's staff has worked very closely with our staff. Jack Jordan's been down there probably once every 2 or 3 weeks getting information from us. Everything he's asked for, we've been able to provide currently. Prior to when I came, I don't know what was or wasn't. I do know, as Mr. Altman alluded to, there's been issues with the third-party vendor that does the billing. Mr. Jordan's indicated they've requested information from them, and they either get part of it or none of it. And at one point, we sent out an RFQ looking for a different third-party vendor. But again, with the emphasis on the CAFR, I think that's been put on hold until the CAFR is completed. But again, that's not my
Can you say
department.
that again? I'm sorry.
I said, with the emphasis on the CAFR, once the RFQ came back in, I think that's been put on hold until the CAFRs are completed because of the time-sensitive nature of the CAFR.
To get to fix the third-party issue that's been in the audits?
No, to whether or not they're going to hire a different third party.
So that's been put on hold?
Well, we've got a competing CAFR versus getting that done. We've got an RFQ that we've issued. We're working through the process. I mean, I think at the end of the
I'm on the
day.
same page, because I gotta ask Mr. Altman this question before you go, so make sure I'm on the same page. Just came on board, and I keep pointing to this, and I know you don't know what I'm talking about, because I tried to ask you last time, you got confused. The contract with the third-party billing, that contract, because they were trying to get us to hire someone for treasurer's office, and it didn't make no sense to do that because the contract needed to be amended. There's stuff in the contract that allows the city to amend that contract during a certain period of time. When I talked to you, you said he was gonna have them look into amending it because they had passed the threshold like by a month before they came to council to ask for a staff person, as opposed to just amending it. So that's what I'm talking about. Are you saying that hasn't been fixed?
No, what we're talking about is, we have the third-party biller. What we're looking at is a process to replace the third-party biller or keep them under a new contract, but probably replacing them with a different third-party biller that will do exactly what we need done to address all of our issues that we have.
So what's the contract I was talking to you about? Is that the third-party biller? Is it data integrators?
Yes.
Yes, third-party billers, data
Then that's the
integrators.
contract we talked about last year.
In the contract,
Right.
I'm sorry.
That's the contract
And that's
we talked
where
about
we're
last year,
moving
and it was supposed to be
forward
fixed.
with looking at replacing our third-party biller.
So we're still under that contract.
We're still under that
And it
contract,
still hasn't been amended. Since that last conversation last year, it hasn't been amended.
not that I'm aware of, no.
Can we add that to the work session
Sure.
with bells on? Because that was supposed to be addressed.
Actually, you probably need to get
Huh?
all of us to agree to that.
We've been putting stuff on the work session this whole time.
Does a third-party biller know what's required of them in the contract? Is that listed in the contract?
That was the problem.
The third-party biller was, I think the contract for that was 2012 when it was sent out, and they've worked under that same one. Now, I know that my staff has asked them for information that they alluded to was not in their contract, but they have provided some of that information.
So
But I'm not sure that they provided everything that finance
So
is
did you do a
needed.
modified contract or amended contract?
It was renewed, but I don't think
It
the
was
contract was
renewed.
modified.
So,
But I'm
I
not
guess
sure if that
moving
was last
forward-
year or this year. I don't know how long it was. I don't know what the term of the contract is, if it's 3 years, 5 years, what, I don't know.
I guess moving forward, since we know what those weaknesses are, we can determine how we will write that contract. And I know that, Madam City Attorney is very great at writing contracts, so maybe we can put some teeth in it.
I'm just
Right.
asking to talk about the work session, not to do anything.
Huh?
No, I was telling for Council Randolph to talk about it. So you're saying your audit issues are pertaining mostly to that, for clarity?
It's my understanding, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Councilor Pelham?
Have you had a chance to go back and look at all the recommendations from the audit for at least 16 and 17 for your department to ensure that things have So ask your staff, has these things been implemented, changed, or whatever?
Yes, ma'am, I have. Since the time period of those audits, we've added, we have a new business manager, we've added an accountant. We've met with finance numerous times on policies and procedures to make sure that we're doing what they need and provide them what they need. And as they ask us for information, we're providing it. And the only thing I can judge it by, and I've not asked Mr. Terry, but the requests are less frequent than they were, so I'm assuming we're giving them what they need.
And so
Well,
there's,
yeah, if we're not asking, I'm assuming they're happy.
Yeah, and so, the auditor, PB Mayors, have you seen that in your new audit?
The 17, I believe.
They haven't started 18.
I know, but she said she haven't seen it in 17. It looked
No,
like,
that was a repeat finding for 17.
okay, so what I'm, yeah, so,
The
when-
work that they're wouldn't have shown up in 17.
okay, so you working on her 17,
We're working on really
18.
8,
and you work,
19.
okay.
Yeah.
What he's talking about is, from the last work session, we accelerated, we started that, and to a certain degree, when I found out, we sit in a heavy meeting, and so was Ed. Ed was there. To my surprise, a lot of our staff who was alleged to have responsibilities didn't even have certain access to certain things they need in units.
And this was, you discovered this when? After the last
Within
work
the last
session?
month.
Yeah, within the last month, right.
Dang.
So what you have
Is that
to
the
look
result
at,
of the last work meeting where we was drilling you about?
no,
No.
the last month, because we're preparing to try to do 18, because we wanted to improve on that.
Okay.
The point is that when I got here, there was a gap. You just got here. So we got 16 done, we got 17 done, and when we started finding the findings, then we started noticing that there's a pattern. So we're working on making sure we close the gap.
And our staff, working with Mr. Terry's staff, Mr. Georgia asked my accountant, asked her, or told her, you need to do these things. And she said, we can't, we don't have the access, as he alluded to. We didn't, you don't know what you don't know, and we didn't know that we needed that access, or we're supposed to be doing those things. But once we met with them and determined what they needed from us, then we determined the permissions that he gave them to our staff. We've been able to be very helpful to them, I think.
We'll have better information for you.
Has your accountant been here long? She's new or he new too?
She's been, don't hold me to this, but I think October, November will be 2 years.
Oh, okay. So all that time she didn't have access, so.
But she didn't know she needed access. I mean.
Oh, so she was working though? She was
Yeah,
working 40 hours?
there was work for her to do, but it wasn't giving him the information that he needed from our books, because I guess to that point, we hadn't been asked for it. But as soon as we were asked, then when they realized we needed the permissions, they gave us permissions within the week, and she was able to get into the books and provide.
Does she have to do overtime now? Did you catch up?
No, she works pretty hard. She comes in a little early some days, but she's not getting overtime.
Okay. I'm just, if she wasn't working.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And stormwater and sewer, that was the last one.
Yeah, same
thing.
Same issues.
Yep.
And for sewer too, Mr. Watson?
Yep.
Sewer's here.
I'm sorry, stormwater.
Storm and trash.
So all of the ones that were found.
Yep.
I can ask
Yes,
the
ma'am.
PB mayors,
They're
they're
the
all
same bill.
the same issue
Yep. Same bill.
consistently?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so y'all got that. Just
Yeah.
making sure I'm crossing up,
Yep.
Make sure. We only keep repeating.
Yep.
Does anyone else have any other questions?
I missed the hour. Can I make a statement?
Go ahead, we got 10 minutes.
I'm sorry it's late, but, the city manager can make note, can we still, Chair Beckett, who I really wanted to speak to, and to the issue that must not meant to be, but, I know the other, Tuesday's meeting, you had indicated, people got all upset when I used the word forensics audit, and I know, I'm not, being accusatory of anyone doing anything illegal, but I wanted Chair Becker to answer the question. They were involved with the audit from 2011 to 15. They were our auditors. They never, this is what I'm saying, as an auditor, they never caught anything or got suspicious of CSA doing anything. This is what I was trying to say Tuesday. that cost the city now $1 million. So why was that? And in my opinion, it seemed like Cherry Beckert really just pacified and twiddled their thumbs and did 4 years of audit and let, I guess, the city get away with things. And then on the 5th year, they came in with a sledgehammer. And thus we paid another $1 million for an audit that should have cost $125,000. So if auditors supposed to pick up some things that are fraudulent, I wanted to ask them, why didn't they for 5 years? And if they didn't, are they liable to pay part of that money? Since they are auditors? Probably not, but I'm asking the question anyway. So then when we say, I've asked that we as a city, if we don't want a forensic audit, I mean, we voted for it to look into it now, which we will do. But after that, we still need an internal auditor to preclude when all the audits are done and when these people come back on an annual basis, there would be some continuity in departments. The city needs an internal audit, so a person that will go through departments on a more regular basis to make sure everyone is following the procedures as needed, or at the minimum, do that. So that is was my point from Tuesday to this day. If they had been doing what they were supposed to do, maybe this would have been caught sooner. I'm not sure, but that's the way it seems to me. So.
Councilor Randolph?
I might be able to shed a little light, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure that people have heard many times that at banks, which we get audited for compliance audits, for state audits, the federal audits, we have internal auditors, we have a whole auditing team, and still people embezzle money. It is not because people are not doing their jobs. It is because when you have 2 people colluding, or more than 2 people colluding, it is much harder to catch. That's why you have dual controls. That's why you have processes that they're looking at to have segregation of duties. Because if you don't have that, you have people that are able to cover their tracks because they're not only approving something, but they're the ones signing for the money. If you don't have that segregation, which we are hopefully working on, or you don't have dual controls, or you have an auditor coming in that is not looking for somebody that's colluding with somebody on the outside, it is very hard to catch. And I'm not trying to say that they're you know, that it couldn't happen again, but let's hope it doesn't. That's why we have auditors that are looking for that, especially for the criminal activity. That's why I couldn't vote for the forensic audit, because for me, the millions of dollars that we would spend on that may not uncover anything more than what we've already seen. I hated that this city had to pay for what happened. And unfortunately, it did happen. And I understand, but for me, a forensic audit means that we feel that we have evidence of some criminal activity. I wish that we could halt that. Yes, and we've gone to court, and they are being held accountable for that. We're not the first or the last city that will see that, but we as a body have not met together to go through some of the findings, the questions that we've had tonight as a start, and we're just assuming that, there's something more to all of this, I think, and I'm not sure there is. I hopefully feel that, if we can rectify some of the issues that have been found repeatedly and can start this year to the rectification of those issues rather than wait till after 18, that we will have a better understanding And I want to give somebody else a time to speak if they want it in the last 5 minutes. That's just my thought on it and why I couldn't vote for a forensic audit, you know?
Well, since you respond, well, when you're not sure, that's why you audit. When you can't verify, that's why you audit. And because you have more expertise than maybe all of us here, but still, I think it's worth, like I said, we find money for everything we want to do. And I think if the citizens' money, to be precautious, to make sure it doesn't happen, or whatever it happens. So anyway, it's been voted in the records. We can do it now, based on how much, I guess, depending on how much it's gonna cost or whatever, but to me, it's worth every penny to know, to start off right at some point.
Question for documents and then Councilor Denton. Is there a way we can get a list of the budget transfers that you're talking about in your audit and then the items that you noted that didn't have supporting documentation at some point? Is there a way we can get that? Can you send it to the, okay. And then, I forgot to ask this, Mr. City Manager. I was told that there was a concern about checks being cut prior to them being used for service.
Open POs.
Is it checks being cut that being returned back to the office after there was checks cut and then returned back? I'm just asking you to tell me back to council in the email, what would cause staff to be able to cut a whole bunch of checks without purpose and then return them? And I will ask you to talk to your treasurer's office in more detail about that so you can understand. And also a reminder as council, performance review is wrapping. We can do all the other departments. It's on the next agenda for us to decide which departments to do next. The money for the performance review has already been allocated by council. We can just use that opportunity to have them look at the certain departments that are repeat offenders to get the policies and procedures ironed out. So
Madam
that
Mayor,
is the opportunity.
Could you just maybe pass on to the rest of council, especially the newer council, what is done in these performance reviews?
We have 2 minutes. Do you want me to extend the meeting?
Not
to answer
now,
that question?
not now, just at some point in time so that we know.
They're wrapping up. It's on the next agenda to give you what they have. There's wrapping up, right, Mr. Altman?
Should be well, I know they're wrapping up their meetings when we actually have
I'll use that
document.
time on the
That's the
20th to
difference.
try to give you guys an update about what they're doing, and I'll ask them to provide clarification. I'll make a note to do that. And Madam Clerk, can you make a note to remind me if I don't get that in for the 20th? Well, actually, I need to do it too. Never mind. But Councilor Denton. I'll get that to you for the 20th.
Just in closing, I have done some checking myself with some of the state, and they are very well aware of what we're doing here in Hopewell. And I think the advice that I tried to give Tuesday night is one that we should do, and this was agreed to by them, that we do these CAFRAs, get the CAFRAs done, get everything up to date. And what a lot of cities are doing at that point, they're bringing in a consultant to look at everything for criminal activity, for fraudulent. They come in, they try to get us back on track. And to me, that is far better and far more economical, I believe, than what you're looking at a forensic audit.
Is that the same as like an internal auditor for just a set amount of time? Is that what you're saying?
Council, your meeting has ended.
It sounds like that's what you're saying. It's not instead of having a position, but having an internal audit like consultant.
Everything's done.